up, you guys? Let me drink some water. Oh my God, I had me a sandwich. Oh, let me gulp it down. We are fresh out of the gym. I didn't even take a shower. You still see the sweat on my Tommy Hilfiger gear. All right. I'm going to get some more Tommy Hilfiger. Some producers bought me some. I love how it fits. It fits me well. So I was in the gym today and I was, getting a good workout. I think I burned 700 calories today. I think on average we burn 700 calories today, and I love it. I think that working out is I love it. I love being in the gym. I love working out, and not even on no foolish stuff. Just love working out for me. Even when I'm in the locker room, I'm at my business, work out, and do what I have to do. I just love it. I see the results, and I haven't even really started with my trainer yet, and I'm just doing it on my own. So everything that I have now, I'm doing it on my own, not even with a trainer. And I'm definitely seeing results. And shout out to the people that I work out with. I see the same people every day, the serious people, like really in there in the gym, showing the results. So I love it. We speak to each other. They say, "Hey, how you doing, brother? You back again?" So I'm back again, and I'm definitely there working out. Now I'll be back. I'll be in Chicago, so I'll be going to the gym down there. Probably one of those gyms down there I'll be going to and do like a 7-day pass or something. Do like a couple of days. So I keep it going. So I'm in Chicago working out, keeping that same workout as well, because you want to make it part of your lifestyle. All right, work it out. Because like I was telling people today on my IG, make sure you follow us at the Wiley Show. It didn't take you, if you're obese, I'm obese, right? I'm considered medically obese, according to the medical doctor. So it didn't take you overnight to become obese. That was a process. Nobody's born obese. It is a process due to bad habits, okay? So you have to go through the process to lose the weight. And the process is the pushing back the plate, stop eating all of that fried food, stop eating out every day. It is a process. So you have to go through the process in order to see results, and it will happen. And it just take it every day and every day. And you can't, some people say, I can't afford a gym membership. Well, walk in your house, do exercise in your house. You understand? Walk outside, run outside, do sit-ups, do push-ups, do what you have to do. Is workout videos. Shout out to that damn Dante, I believe his name is, one of my Instagram followers. He does workout videos. He built a massive following over social media. He just does workout videos. Shout out to Monique. Monique does videos in her home where she dances as well, and she losing weight. So make it part of your lifestyle, and make sure you boil your food and season your food and not fry it and bake it and put it in a crock pot, eating vegetables, juicing, all of that type of stuff. Because in the month of March, we're doing for 31 days, I believe 31 days in the month of March, of juicing for those 31 days. I want to be healthy. And anybody that I'm associated with, I want them to be healthy as well, because I want to be on this earth a long time, right? A longevity have its place. And I want to make sure that I'm living and healthy, not having all these type of diabetes, heart problems, and all of that. I want to make sure that I do the right thing to do. And I have to give a special shout out to my doctor. Shout out to, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I think Rena, I believe that's what her name is. Rena, okay, is my doctor. So shout out to her. And she's not my medical doctor. She's just a psych doctor, And she was telling me while I was there to get my medication and all of that. She said, "Let me tell you something." She said, "You are 300 and some odd pounds. When you first came to us, you were at 250 pounds. You are obese." And then I got offended by her, and I would say, "Well, it's because of the medication." She said, "No, you don't supposed to gain that much weight because of the medicine, all right? And so when you first got here, you was 250 pounds. Now you in them 350 some odd, 60 some odd pounds. You obese. You need to lose weight. You need to work on a diet." This woman went on her computer, showed me the foods that I need to be eating and not eating all that, restaurant food, and start cooking my food. And she said, "Hey, I want you to come back within 30 days. She want me to come back next week. So I can see how much weight you are losing because you are on a destructive path. And so I took what she said. At first, I didn't want to hear it. And it dawned on me and said, Wiley, if you want to live a long life, you have to listen to what the doctor is saying. You is obese. Look in the mirror. You see the stretch mark. You see that big belly. You see this. So take it. And so one day I just started walking. I even start eating meat and fried food. I just completely stopped. And then I started picking that back. I put a little something in the air fryer and just changed my diet. You know what I'm saying? Just really, really changed my diet. Stop going to the fried chicken place. I remember, we did our meet and greet at West Clucking here in Plano, Texas. And the owners of there, they was like, where you been? You haven't been here in months. Because they were saying, you would come here every day. Every day I would come there buy 9, 10, 12 piece with lemon pepper on the chicken and mild sauce. Okay. So shout out to, Angie, the owner of West Clucking. She said, I can see you losing weight. I can see it on your face. And she know this because she met me almost about 5, 6 years ago when she had a restaurant in Frankfurt called Chicago Chicken Coop. And then she sold that and got a new business. And so, yes, because I will go there every single day. Every day I'm working. I'm going there by 9, 10 piece lemon pepper mild sauce, fries, pizza puff. And every single day I'm putting all of that into my body. Though the food was good, but, I was gaining too much weight. So when she saw me, she was like, wow, like, oh my gosh, like I can see the weight loss. I can see it all in your face. And so when I did order some chicken there, that was like the first time I had fried chicken in months. I didn't put no mild sauce on it. Didn't even finish the entire meal. And I made sure I drank water. I was just there, making sure because the rest of the producers eating, I'm going to make sure I eat something too to have that conversation. It's about the lifestyle. It's about the process. And so when I took pictures this time, you could see me slimming down versus me in Vegas on last year, and I gained so much weight. And sometimes it takes you to take pictures, and you see them pictures. I'm seeing that wild butt, them wild titties, and I'm seeing that all on the pictures, right? And I am a public figure. I represent my brand, and I saw the big titties, big, thick thighs, and this is me. I saw the pictures. The pictures are out there, huge, out this world, the biggest I ever been. And you see it, and I didn't even know I was that big because you were in strong denial, you know what I'm saying? And then once I was able to see them pictures, big, thick titties, and you see it. And so I look at the pictures every day, and then I look at the pictures when we was at West Clucking in Dallas. You see me slimming down. I see the change, and then you would continue to see the change as well. And so, even when I go in the mirror, I'm still in denial, strong denial. But it takes me to take a picture to really sit and see the pictures. I'm like, oh, yeah, Wiley. Oh, yeah, Marquise, you gained weight. Okay. So I love it. So every day now I'm walking. If the weather is bad, I'm at the gym every single day, burning calories on that treadmill, working very hard, inclining it. Because if you're on the treadmill, they have the incline button to 15 on there for 1 hour. So 1 hour a day, I am on the treadmill, and I walk about 2 hours a day. If I'm walking outside, I walk for 2 hours. I'm on the treadmill for an hour, and then I spend like 15, 20 minutes lifting weights. And I do that. And I've been doing that for a while, for over a month now. So I'm going to continue to do it. And so in March, juicing, in March, I'm going to be juicing. And then in April, I'm going to get a personal trainer in the month of April, so they can tell me how to tone up, to have muscles, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to do that in the month of April. So month of March, going to be juicing. And shout out to some of my people. They already said, Wiley, I want to join you in that and do the juicing as well. And this is what we want to do. And this is my journey. This is my body. And I have to do what's best for my body. And I love it. I mean, everything. I feel better. My legs even feel better. They're not as painful as they used to be. Excruciating pain. So I can see the decline. Like my legs feel better. I was walking all day, no pain. I just feel so awesome. I'm not sleepy. I'm not congested. I'm not full of gas. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point when I was eating all that food, I was just gassed up, just gas. That was all that toxic food that really couldn't really digest. I'm just eating too much toxic food. So I went on there and I definitely did this health journey. And I love doing this health journey because I am a public figure. You represent your brand. And let's be clear, I talked to a good personal trainer friend that's he works out. He have an amazing body. He used to be overweight, and so he didn't get no play from the ladies. All right. But once he worked on his body instantly, he get poom poom every single day, get it thrown at him. So he have options. But when he was overweight, he didn't have those options. And now he get poom poom every day. You know, the women that he deal with are bad. You know what I'm saying? Because he worked on his body. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, and you will see that you will see the shift, and you will see people take notice, especially the ladies. The ladies like to look at something that is good, you know, good looking. And men like to, I looked at, and men like to look at women. Women got eyes. If you can see, they like to look at you. And men got eyes, they like to see there. It's a visual thing. And I also have a brand, and I would love to take shirtless pictures and all that. That helps my brand attract my brand as well. So that's how it is. And that's what we're doing it as well. And also, I'm just really doing it for the health. Also, I'm doing it for my own reasons to, you know, be healthy. And then also, you know, for ladies can turn their head so they can lust after me. So poom poom get thrown in my face. I would love that, you know. I would love that, you know. And so that's what I'm doing. And so that's how it is. And so I can't wait. I love this health journey. It feels amazing. You know, every day in the gym, like I didn't even drive today. I took an Uber today, and shout out to that on the left, like that driver talking about a podcast. He was on his phone and missed my stop, and I had to give him a 1 star. I'm like, come on now. So I was in the gym having a good time and listening to my music. Now, when I'm in the gym, my friend was like, you know, you just listen to R&B. That's weird. Like all the time when I'm working out, R&B. I was listening to a Valentine's mix on YouTube. R&B, Trey Songz, Boys to Men, B2K. I'm not like a gangster rapper type of guy, like hip hop. Now, if I really want to get a little hip hop, I listen to Nuck If You Buck, or if I listen to Everybody Dance Y'all, I listen to that. But I'm more so like an R&B type of person because I like to sing when I work out. Now, I was working out today, Paul. You're my witness. I was working out today, and it was this white woman right beside me on the treadmill. She wasn't hardly doing nothing on there. She was too busy looking at me. So I said, while she's staring at me, I'm going to give her something to stare at. So I put on this Valentine's mix, and I'm just singing songs. I'm singing There's a Meaning in My Bedroom. I'm singing The Neighbors Know My Name. I'm hitting the high notes. I mean, if you're going to stare at me, I'm not going to rob you. This is a public place. But while you're staring, you're going to see this black man singing to you, okay? And I'm going to hit the high notes. Because, you know, white people, they have a tendency of staring at black folks. And so while you're staring at me, I'm going to look you dead in your eye, and I'm going to be singing to you, okay? And maybe, you know, she'll play with herself when she go home, and, you know, who knows? And so I was just singing, and I have an amazing time. I love to sing when I'm in the gym. All the songs, gospel, whatever, I love to sing. And I mean, she was just staring at me down, like child by child, right there. I'm on the trail and just singing. Every time I look at the corner of my eye, she's still staring. Just staring at. I ain't gonna rob you. You ain't got nothing. All right. And so, you know, just staring. So I said, I'm gonna give you something to stare at. So this is amazing being in the gym. And of course, we went live over there on Instagram Live, and I talked to my people towards the end. Because at first, my original plans was for members only. I'm gonna be working out and give the audience and let them see it. But I love having that alone time. So like towards like the 5 minutes of finishing my workout, I give the IG, you know, a little motivational talk. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Monique. She was one of my inspirations for that, because I remember when she was like, hello, my loves, hello, my babies, when she be out on her walk. And that's just such an inspiration. And I'm glad that I can inspire my audience to have a serious health journey. All right. So that's just how that was for the health journey. Now, before I went to the gym, shout out to me and my mentor and my friend, Mr. Don Johnson. He is a real estate person. He helped fund people businesses, help fund people to get houses and everything. And so we was on there talking about, and I mean, we went in over there on members only. I mean, we talked about the Michigan S word, you know, what happened in Michigan with deleting folks. We talked about the Buffalo sentencing. I mean, we went in. It was a masterclass, one of my best shows where we just talk about. We went in, and it was so good. It was about a 45-minute video that we did for members only, because originally I was just going to pre-record it and just release it for my general public. I said, no, this is for members only. And I mean, Don was dropping gems, and it's a part of the episode where I share about my experience with Chicago bait in the bedroom, and you should just see Don facial expression. So it was a good video, and that's for members only right now. Make sure you go subscribe to the members only. It's for $4.99, $5, and you can definitely subscribe there. For my Patreon, you all will see it live, but I'm working on this to make sure y'all can catch the replay. So right now I'm looking at Chromecast, and I'm learning Chromecast, and I'm just trying to see how can I upload the video so you all can see it for the replay. All right. But I love just having a conversation with Don. I mean, he's very intelligent. I mean, this man is educated. He's very around the way. And if you understand Don's story, he was raised in a drug environment, you know, raised in the hood, raised in one of the worst neighborhoods in Dallas in public housing. And now this mother's, he's middle class, have a house, have a wife and beautiful children. And he active in the community as well. And so it's just amazing. And how I met him through my coworker. We were working together. And at that time, I was so indulged into real estate, and I wanted to be a wholesaler. And I would watch videos, Mark, other wholesalers on YouTube. Oh, I would watch it all day, every day, wholesaling real estate, because I wanted to get into real estate at that time. So I had a conversation with my coworker. She was like, I know a guy, one of my, people, that he's in real estate. And she gave me the number. And I got on the phone with him, and he asked me what I want to do. He told me about the ropes about wholesaling and all the stuff that goes on with it. And I kind of like changed my mind. I didn't want to do it anymore. But we developed like a friendship. I mean, he is straight in everything. It is just everything. Like he taught me a lot. And I shared with Don on the members only. I shared with him. I said that I look up to you, and you are my mentor. Like, seeing your lifestyle, the way how you conduct yourself in your community, and being a husband and being a leader of your household and being a homeowner and all of that. And his intelligent wife, she works, very intelligent, awesome woman, and just that bond. And I didn't even know he had all these things. I thought he was just a, young, in his 20s, a teen, because he looked very young and really, really nice. And I would never forget that about Don. Like, Don had me traveling in the neighborhoods in Dallas and South Dallas. He was showing me stuff about gentrification. And then him and his friend, his business partner, they were in a car, and he was like, Wiley, how much you think that house is? My number's all the way off. 100,000. I'm off. About 500,000, I'm off. So Don say this house like 654,000. I'm gonna just give an example. And so he called, and it was right on the money, that amount, what he said. And he was just doing it for all over, passing out his business card just in the community. And I'm seeing, in the hood, because I've always heard about gentrification. I didn't know what it was. I didn't see the physical thing about gentrification. So he gave me a front row seat into gentrification. I'm seeing raggedy houses and multi-million-dollar houses on the block, on the corner. Like, I'm like, this is weird. Raggedy piece of houses on the block, and just this big old on the corner of the block, just a nice house that I would live in. And he said it's a such thing called corner to market. And I said, wow, this doesn't make any sense. Like, this is crazy. And it's on steroids. They don't give a darn. They are just out here just panning up. And a lot of people that, it was a generation where a lot of Black folks that were working in these jobs became homeowners, and then once they die, their children, A, don't want to keep the house up, B, don't want to pay the property taxes. And these people, they offer them pennies on the dollar. They take the property, destroy and tear down and build on that land, and they make quadruple, 5, 10, 100 times more than what the property is worth. So I saw all of that in many of the areas in Dallas, and I was like, wow. And it amazes me what is going on right under our nose. And that's why it's very good to understand and know. So we was doing that today, and it was great. I had a great time having a conversation with Don on the show. The man got off work, came, did the episode, went to pick up his wife, and I just love it. I just love the fact that we were able to deliver great content for the members. Now, shout out to the people that was emailing me about childcare. And I saw y'all emails. We're gonna do another episode about it. But I saw y'all emails and my heart aches and hurts for people that are hurting paying so much in childcare. I mean, I received emails about people as well. And like I said, next week we're gonna continue it up, follow up with these with different offices as well. We have one viewer uh, out in Kentucky was telling me how she pays so much in daycare, how she's trying to shop around, and it's such a challenge. Case out there in Arizona, they're getting brought down with high childcare costs all over. People is sharing their story, and this is a national crisis that I feel like CNN not going to talk about it, MSNBC not going to talk about it, Fox News not going to talk about it. But guess who's going to talk about it? The WILEY going to talk about it because I'm very passionate for it. Because again, we need to do something about it. We need some government intervention about it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is one of the most wealthiest country in America. I mean, in the world. America is one of the wealthiest countries. I feel like we just need to do better by the working class. So I will continue to really dive into that and continue to share your story. If you are dealing with something with high child care costs, and you need me to reach out to your representative, and you reach out to them as well, and you want to share your story, that is great, because we will reach out to these people on your behalf, and we will do follow-ups as well, and also do an episode on the show, because we want to see a change happen when it comes to this high childcare cost, because a lot of my viewers are single women. There are single women that have children, and they're getting bogged down with childcare costs. I did run into people that is married and getting bogged down with it as well. It doesn't make any sense. It's really, really sad, and it's not right. It's not right. So we definitely got to do a better job with that. And so I said, hey, I'm not going to be the type of person that complain. I said, what is the solution? Solution is complaining to the people in power, having a petition, sending emails, let it be a paper trail, and actually developing relationships with the community and educate them to say, hey, reach out to your representative, because they got the power, and understand that. And that's what we will continue to do all of that. When it comes to that. Now, I was getting criticized from daycare providers telling me, Wiley, this will destroy the industry. This will put me out of business. I say, I'm not in the business of putting you out of business. What I'm in the business is the government needs to intervene. The same thing with Medicare. And just imagine we didn't have Medicare. Just imagine we didn't have Medicaid. And we just imagine we have Social Security. It would be a disaster. So I'm looking more so of that. We need a government program to assist working parents, to assist them with that. And that will actually help daycare providers in the long run. All right. That will help them in the long run. So of course, I'm already receiving emails from some daycare providers that some watch the show and they already is giving me some backlash regarding this stance, but I will continue to stand on it because I feel like it is the right thing to do. All right. It is the right thing to do. I'm not going to stop, because it is the right thing to do. And hopefully one day laws, and it will pass, because we will continue to apply pressure to all levels of government, and we will make sure that it passed. So again, if you have a story you want to share about how you're paying so much for childcare, you have a family member that's paying so much for childcare, again, you can email me at wileyshow@gmail.com and to share your story over here at The Wiley Show. Thank you. And we will continue to talk about this in due time. All right? Had to say it because it's needed. It is needed. All right? Give me a second here. Let me take the email address down. So we're going to dive into these topics. We have a big show today. Let's get into these topics. Now, first on the docket is Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry have paid off senior citizens tax debt near his Tyler Perry studios because of the high rise of property taxes. A lot of seniors are being phased out of getting pushed out of their house, because if you are delinquent on your property taxes, they can take and seize your property. So Tyler Perry have a good heart. He decided to work with that area and pay for their taxes. And shout out to TMZ for posting this. Their headline said Tyler Perry helping low-income seniors in Atlanta so they don't have to move. Tyler Perry is helping to solve a problem created by his super successful movie studio in Atlanta. Seniors are seeing their property taxes jump, and he's phoning up the difference so they can stay in their homes. Sources close to Tyler tell TMZ that the TV film mogul is donating $750,000 this year so Atlanta low-income seniors aren't forced out of their homes due to the rising property taxes. There's a lot of folks live in the area around Tyler Perry Studios, and the value of the land is increasing, in turn, driving up property taxes. We're told is leading factor in a long-time residents living on a fixed income being displaced and having their lives upended. Okay, our sources say Tyler, who came in at number 3 on Forbes list at top 10 highest paid entertainer of 2022, ranking in $175 million last year, recently reached out to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens to help keep these residents in their homes. We're told that Tyler's $750,000 donation will do a number of good things in the community, including paying off all back property taxes for every low-income senior in Atlanta, which cover nearly 300 homes. The money will cover taxes imposed by the city, county, and school. Our sources say Tyler's money will also effectively freeze property taxes for over 100 low-income seniors for 20 years, with the money going to pay the difference between current property taxes and property tax increases over the next 2 decades. In addition to Tyler's $750 earmark for 2023, we told he will also donate about $500,000 every year for the next 4 years, which will work out to about $2.75 million total. We told the funds will be handled by Invest Atlanta Partnerships, the nonprofit wing of Atlanta Economic Development Authority. Tyler, the only Black man in the Forbes top 10 highest paid entertainers, we told his priority to give back to the community that's meant so much to him. And I understand it, and I get that. I get it. Congratulations to Tyler Perry. But there is a big but to this. The big but to this is the root issue of this problem. Understanding that Tyler Perry is a thriving man and he's bringing a studio that's bringing a lot of wealth and money and is driving up the property taxes. Due to the successful of the studio and his expansion, it is driving up the property taxes for those residents that's in his area. Now, the issue needs to be the government needs to intervene and slash these property taxes because it is hurting a lot of people that is on a fixed income and that are senior citizens. Now, me personally, I believe the government should have a policy that if you are a senior citizen, that you should not have to pay property taxes, all right? You shouldn't have to pay property taxes. That's what I believe. I believe if you are a senior citizen, if you are on Social Security, you should not pay property taxes. It should be paid by the government. And let's be clear of it. And how would they pay for it in the state of Georgia and many other places? They need to legalize marijuana and use that revenue to help senior citizens that, to help them to be able to live. If you are low income on Social Security, weed need to be free. That is billions of dollars in revenue that can come into that particular state. But that only changes when you change the leadership in Georgia, when you change the leadership from the top all the way for the leadership in both houses in Georgia. So it definitely needs it because it's insane that, Tyler have to go in his pocket to help low-income people, which is nothing wrong with that. But I also think that the government should need to intervene and do their job and to help the Tylers and to make sure that they relieve the pressure. And also the governor of Georgia need to use his bully pulpit and say, it is time to pass a law in the state of Georgia to make marijuana legal, cannabis legal, and use that revenue to help with that, with the seniors, schools, and with bridges, the infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's what I believe that need to happen. And one of the things is, and Brian Kemp, I get it, he's a Republican. I understand it. When we look at Stacey Abrams, one thing that I disagree with Stacey, other than her being overweight, another big part of it is that she did not really run on a cannabis message. Having cannabis being legal in the state of Georgia. And I kept emailing her staff and her team. There was ignoring my messages. I said, listen, Stacey Abrams will not win if she do not have legalizing a cannabis message. That will help Black men vote for her because they love to smoke some weed. They love some kush, loud, edibles. And that will also help increase with her with the white liberals that like to smoke and get high. You got to have that message. But she was playing it safe. She went on this whole tirade about abortion, 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 abortion. That wasn't a popular message to get your base to have, breaking numbers to vote, to have your base. Thank you, Don. Thank you so very much for coming in, brother, for coming in. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So, have a message to legalize cannabis, and she didn't do it. She was already having an issue with black men. Black men love to smoke weed. And why did you say that, Wiley? Well, pastor of New Birth, Pastor Bryant, came out and said, hey, he would like to grow weed on the property or the land of his church and hired a young man to, to grow the weed. And automatically it went viral all over because Pastor Bryant, according to my close source in circles that I'm talking to in Atlanta, saying that Pastor Bryant is gearing up to run for governor. He's not going to run for Senate because already it's run by, but he's gearing up to run for governor. They are the Democrats, the DNC, the DCCC. They already had the state parties over there already had a meeting with Pastor Bryant. They would like for him to run for governor of Georgia. Now, that's not really public to the national press, but I'm telling you what I've heard because I have my ear to the streets in Georgia, and they saying they would like for him to run, and that's why you heard him say, "Oh, let's make weed, let it be legal, cannabis," and immediately it went ultra viral. Everybody was talking about it because that is a very positive message. California, it is legal. Illinois, it is legal. In Vegas, it is legal. I believe in New York, it is legal. It just needs to be legal all over the United States of America, because if you can drink, you should be able to smoke. If you can drink alcohol, and you should be able to smoke cigarettes, which causes all type of cancers, and you should be able to smoke you some Kush, Loud, and some edibles. I just don't understand the logic, and it will change if we vote out these people that don't want to change with the times. And most of these people that's speaking against cannabis like to smoke it themselves. So I just don't understand why you just want to implement a policy. And shout out to Brian Kemp, brother. You need to speak on it because again, you're not a representative in the House, but you are the leader of that state, and your public statement carries weight to the Republican Party in Georgia. So yes, you need to make a statement and say, hey, it is time that we legalize cannabis. And that's why the Black Democrats or the people that want to run, y'all need to be preaching that message. Stop preaching messages that you think sound good. Preach the message that work. And cannabis is a popular message that resonates with a lot of residents in that state because some of them already smoke illegally anyway. So why not legally pass where they can smoke? And that drives revenue to the state. That drives revenue to many areas in the state. It helps the infrastructure, etc. Like when you go to Vegas, you can smoke. And that's why people love going to Vegas. You can drink and you can smoke. California is a good selling point. So yes, I believe that Governor Kemp should pass a law. And people that live in Georgia, don't just sit and complain in your house. If you want to be able to smoke legally, write letters, call your state representative, call your state senator, call your governor, email all day. Let them be bombarded. Every morning they wake up, his chief of staff wake up, and he see 50 million emails. Every day, email, call, and get your group to call. Go visit the state capitol and you stay on message because that will help Georgia. And a lot of people will help, and then you don't have to have Tyler Perry going in his pocket to help low-income residents to stay in their home, is what I am saying. So yes, I believe so. And I know people say, well, drugs got all its chemicals and blah, 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 blah. Well, you still got alcohol that's legal. And at one point, alcohol have not always been legal. So I'm understanding that. And it's legal now. All right. Cigarettes is legal. Look at the toxic thing in cigarettes. That's not illegal. Tobacco is illegal. All right. So why not legalize cannabis in 2023? Now, I want to understand that we was in 1914, but this is 2023. People want to get high. So let them do it legally. Let them pay and let y'all get a coin, is what I'm saying. So, Governor Kemp, if you're listening, brother, we will tag you in this and we'll call your office. Make sure you listen and do this because, again, if you take this stand as the Republican, that will make you iconic in those spaces, and then you will cater to the black residents that is in Georgia. They will look like, oh, especially the black men. Oh, cannabis about to be legal in Georgia. I'm gonna have to support the Governor Kemp initiative. So, yeah, do it because a lot of people love to puff, pass. They love it. All right. So make sure that it is legal in the state of Georgia. Now, okay, I had to say that really quickly. Now we're going to move on from that. Tyler Perry, congratulations. Also, I want to say to Tyler Perry, I see that you donate to the low-income people, but you also need to make up with Monique. And let me tell you this, brother, you're doing everything right with that, but you must do right by a wrong you did to Sister Monique because you helped the narrative to say that she was difficult. And though you did not tell people to hire her, you did not encourage people to hire her. And you say it on the phone, my brother. You can't lie. You was out there in the island when you was on vacation. You called Monique, and you called her husband Sydney, and you said y'all got the streets hot. But when my movie come out, I'm going to say, to take up for Monique. So now is the time, Tyler Perry, in 2023, for you finally, as a black man, do what you said you was going to do a couple of years ago and finally do it and clear Monique's name because you were a part of that difficult message. You need to clear her name. I'm not telling you to hire Monique. You don't never have to put her in your plays or your movies. But what I'm saying is you owe her to clear her name because you were a part of the whole difficult thing. And shout out to Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent. He also had a conversation with Tyler Perry. So you need to do it. And I understand that you're friends with Oprah, but Oprah is stuck in her ways and she think that she don't do no wrong and she's just the queen. Even Oprah Winfrey did wrong. Both of y'all need to come out. Tyler, you need to come out. And Sister Oprah, you need to come out because Oprah, you played a part of having Monique being difficult. And Oprah, you did something dirty by interviewing Monique's family. You got on the phone and Monique shared some very personal things about her family, and you were supposed to only interview her brother, and she agreed to that. But you interviewed her mama, her daddy, her whole family on the show, and that was wrong. And when she confronted you about it, you said, I didn't even know. And that's a lie. How can you not know? And you, Oprah Winfrey, you are the head woman in charge on Hypo Studio, and you don't even know. Sis, gone here somewhere. And when she confronted you at an event at the Oscars, black women, black actors, they had some in Hollywood, and she confronted you about it to have a conversation. You said, if you think that I did something to you, I apologize. That ain't no apology. You did do something wrong. And I don't care how much money you have, you being a businessman, you're still a black woman. You're still a black woman. I don't care if you got $50 billion. You still a black woman, and what you did was wrong. Now, most people ain't gonna tell you was wrong, especially not that other one, clout chaser. What's her name? That clout chaser that's over there, clout chasing over there on Sherry Shepherd with Kim Whitley. She's a clout chaser because she ain't gonna tell you because you have a power. Most people with money, they don't get questioned. They allow them to do effed up crap because they just got the money. No, you were wrong, Oprah Winfrey. You were wrong. I don't care how many books you put out and how many books, in Oprah Book Club, you were wrong on how you spread the narrative about Monique. You were wrong, and you need to apologize for interviewing her family publicly because you did it publicly. All right? I'm just saying. So you have to do it. And when I'm saying it with you. You have to do it. And Tyler Perry, you a black man. I'm speaking to you directly because you got it from the gutter. And so you need to listen to me, brother. And you may not even hire me to do no movies in the show. That's fine. But right is right, my brother. And you say you a Christian. You say you a Christian. And you say you holy. So when you're a Christian, a true Christian, when they do wrong, they supposed to apologize. How can you say you love God whom you have not seen, but hate your brother whom you see every day? All right. So before you get to that pearly gates, you got to treat your brother and your sister right on earth. All right. And if you are a Christian, a true man of God, and you say you're a man of God, when you say something and you say you're going to clear somebody's name, you're supposed to do it. And if you don't do it, that's a lie. And in the Bible, it said all liars will have their part in the lake of fire. So don't be a liar. Clear her name. All right? All right? Now, I love your movies, your plays, and my mother is one of your biggest fans. Went to your plays. She watched the Oval. She watched the highest. You know, she watches everything that's considered Tyler Perry. So do right. All right? I just had to say it. Let's move on. Okay, so we had to bring that part up because it is needed to bring it up. Now, I want to also say this. I do want to send my condolences to the Wilson family. You see this picture on here, Stanley Wilson Jr. He passed away at the age of 40 after collapsing at a mental hospital, according to the reports. The former cornerback died after collapsing at a mental hospital earlier this month. They're saying, please, they are requesting prayer. His family's requesting prayer. So make sure prayer. He was 40 years old. And see, this is the thing what people don't want to talk about. Football is a very dangerous sport. I'll tell you this. Football is a very dangerous sport because you're taking blows, your head injuries, and that causes mental illness because you're messing with your head. God did not birth you to be a football player, to take all that pressure to your spinal cord, to your head, to your back, to your bones. He did not design this human body for you to get body slammed and tackled over night after night after night. That's not healthy. It's not healthy. And they don't care about that because majority of the football player is black men, and they're taking the most mighty blows, and it's affecting them. And you're seeing them being abusive. A lot of these football players are abusive. They can't control their emotions because they ain't right in the head. They want to delete themselves because they ain't right in the head. They got what they call CTE. They're not right in the head, and you can't even diagnose somebody with CTE while they living. You have to give it in an autopsy, meaning that you have to open that body up and dissect that brain to see the destruction. And shout out to the doctors that have done autopsies on football players, and they said some of the brains of these football players is like an 80-year-old, 90-year-old dementia patient. So you have to be very careful. It's not a safe sport. And for the parents out here, I get it. You broke, ain't got no money. Your son can play. They offering good money, but you're putting your son in harm's way. And so shout out to the other football player recently. He got tackled and collapsed on the field. So it's a very dangerous sport. I get it. They're offering good money. It could change your life, offering generational wealth. But look at the effects of it. Look at the thing that you're putting your body through. And so, yes, and shout out to the NFL. You know what I'm saying? I know they don't want to hear this message. I probably won't be welcome at the NFL National Convention and being in those spaces. I get it. I don't care. But I said right is right, wrong is wrong. It's a very dangerous sport. And you have to be very careful. Even wrestling is dangerous. I'm a huge wrestling fan, but it's dangerous because shout out to Chris Benoit. He took so many head blows because he would do a wrestling move. He would jump off the rope and go head first and bump you on your head bump right there from the top rope. And so all of that wear and tear on his body. And then what did he do? He deleted his entire family and then deleted himself. And then when his family gave the autopsy, the body for them to do autopsy, it had problems in his brain because all the damage that he accumulated, all the decades of him wrestling as well. So I get it. I already know they won't invite me to the halftime show to sing God Bless America. So I sing it here. God bless America. Let that I know, stand beside her and guide her. From the From the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean, God bless America, my home, sweet home. So I don't know. I go out all lyrics, you know. Okay, so I sing it here on the Wiley Show. I may not get an invitation to sing the Star Spangled Banner and all that. I may not get it, but I can sing it here right here on the Wiley Show. Okay, all right, okay. So again, I want to say rest in peace to my brother Stanley Wilson Jr. I want to definitely pray for his mother, pray for his father, pray for his brothers, sisters, his children. Pray for his entire family as they grieve. Pray. All right. We're going to move on for that. That was in the docket. Paul, you did pretty good with these topics now. Look at you cheesing and blushing. You did pretty good. I like that. I really, really like that. You did pretty good with the topics. You did that. Oh, yes, you did. You did pretty good. I didn't even know that was on the list. Oh, yes, you did pretty good on that. You said, what, Paul? I messed up the lyrics? Did I? Okay, you should have told me to look at the lyrics on my phone. Okay, I messed up the lyrics, my bad. All right. Okay, hush, no. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to this other topic here. Sam Smith. Now, I want to be clear on how I say this. Sam Smith says he wants to be a fish, her, them instead of a fisherman. I want to break this down again. Sam Smith did an interview and he said he wants to be a fish, her, them instead of a fisherman. I don't understand who came up with this change, but it's a bunch of crap. You either a man or you either a woman. There is no such thing about they, them, they, them. There's no such thing. That is confusion. You are confused. The simple thing, there is a man or there is a woman, boy or a girl. There's no such thing as they. Come here, they. What you doing, they? T-H-E-Y. Excuse me? So we must be clear here. I don't know who created this. That don't make any sense. Hey, mama, I'm no longer a man. I'm they. Excuse me? I will get cussed out. Don't call me a man. Call me they. That don't make sense. Put it on my birth certificate. Well, brother, they. No, boy or girl. Oh, we don't call her a girl. We call her they. Excuse me? No. Get up out of here with that. Don't make no sense. And look how he dressed. Look how he dressed. He's so confused. He don't know how to dress right. Wearing a whole garbage bag. Blow up a garbage bag. It ain't making no sense. I stopped listening to music because he's confused. He talking about they. Look how he dressed, wearing a whole garbage bag. Now, I want to be called. I don't want to be called a fisherman. I want to be called fish, her, them. You confused. Wearing a whole garbage bag. Don't even know how to dress right. Garbage bags ain't supposed to be put on for dress. That ain't fashion. That's foolishness. That don't make no sense. They. Don't call me he, she. I'm they. They. What's that? Then they try to change. And now they don't want to call women women no more. Cisgender women. What the world you call me? I ain't no sis. I'm a woman. We don't call them women no more. We call them cisgender. Give me a cisgender woman. They want to change things. And I'm not going to change because it don't make sense. It don't make sense to me. And then I'll start saying it. Well, shout out to the cisgender. Cisgender? What you just called me? So when I saw that in my timeline, thank you, Paul, I said, that don't make any sense. And Sam needs to get delivered because he's confused. And what he's trying to do, cater to this new way of thinking. This new way of thinking don't make any sense. Okay? So we must agree that, this is foolishness. Holo Beautiful, preach, I'm a woman. Do not call me cis nothing. Thank you, Holo Beautiful. And so I stopped saying cisgender because it didn't make any sense. I said it don't. And so I said, well, you're a woman. I ain't call you no cis. Give me a cisgender. Bag it up, cisgender. No. So you're a woman. All right. So I disagree with that. I don't know what happened. I stopped listening to Sam Smith music because he ain't making no sense. Like that. Don't call me a fisherman. Call me Fisher them. Like that don't make no sense, bro. That don't make no sense at all. Please. Okay, let's move. We got a whole garbage bag. Look like it's blowing up or something. Please. I ain't with that at all. Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago, and let me say it again. The mayor of Chicago and Lori, her name is Lori Lightfoot. She took a picture with Lil Durk. Now, I know who Lil Durk is. Some of his friends, my friends and brothers ran the same circle with some of his people, Lil Durk. So I'm going to make sure I word this right. Lori Lightfoot is losing. She running for mayor. She losing. So she decided to bring a hip hop artist. All he talk about in his lyrics is death, crime, deleting folks, guns, drugs, death. And Lori, you ain't got no common sense. I told you ever since you don't be brushing your hair and your hair be nappy, I knew you were nothing but you trash. You did all that talking when you was out there before when you first ran that you're gonna clean up the city. Public said you didn't do none of that. Crime has been up under your leadership. You have failed as a mayor. And see, I'm a black man. And you can't use that, well, I'm a woman. Well, you a foolish woman because your job, you haven't done your job. I don't give a damn because you a woman. You have failed at your job. Crime has been up under your leadership. Carjacking has been up under your leadership. Under your administration, crime businesses have fled under your leadership. Downtown businesses, people all over downtown fleeing because of the crime. Because of the outrageous taxes. You are a failure as a mayor. And Lil Durk, you're trash. You come to the city, don't hardly buy properties in Inglewood. When the last time you helped clean up Inglewood? When the last time you helped bring investments to Old Block, to all these areas you claim you love? You are trash. Your lyrics is trash and destructive to your community because what have you done to help the city of Chicago? Nothing. You got famous and you fled the city of Chicago and left it. So taking a picture with a failed mayor is bad for your brand. You make fun of people that die and put it in your lyrics and rap about it. So you should not even take a picture with a politician because you, sir, is a part of the problem. And Jamal Green, I love you, brother. Yes, I do. I love you. I think that you are a very intelligent young brother. You came on my show when you was about 16, 17 years old. You've been an activist. I've been knowing you for years. When you was on the train and doing stuff, activism work, I've been knowing you. But, sir, you need to be called out. You took a picture with Lil Durk and got questioned, well, all the hip-hop artists. No, don't take a picture with a known gangster that gangster rap, talk about deleting folks' guns, drugs. You don't need to take a picture with him because that is sending mixed messages. I don't care if he got clout. He's not a good look. His lyrics is destructive. So no, don't take a picture with no Lil Durk. Now, Lil Durk, if you want to help Jamal Green, then write a check for $2, $3, $5 million. But you, sir, you don't need to be taking no picture. Write a check and sit on down somewhere. So no, it ain't right. And Lori, you trash. I hope you lose. Let Willie Wilson or Jamal or somebody else pick up the baton because you, sister, as a black woman, you made sure that you was destructive to other black older women. It was an older sister in the city council. You got in her face and want to argue. You also got in the face of other activists and other people in the city and got sued because you said you got the biggest peen in Chicago. Well, what are you doing with your peen? Absolutely nothing. How you gonna tell somebody you got the biggest peen in the city of Chicago and crime is high? Sit down. Your peen ain't working. Under your leadership, more people have fled the city, and that is affecting the city bottom line. It is affecting property owners because a lot of businesses are losing, and then the county, the state, all that, they're not getting the revenue. So what do y'all have to do? Go and increase the property taxes on working hard property owners because the businesses is fleeing city of Chicago. The crime is high. It is high in the city of Chicago. Carjacking is up. There's a white woman, she walking her dog in a predominantly safe area, just walking her dog, minding her own business. They robbed her and took her keys and got her car. Gunpoint. Another brother on New Year's Eve, he was out there, being the bouncer. They shot him, took him out. Another brother, 2 women lost both her sons out. I mean, I could just go down the list of the crime. 2 young brothers came out of school on their way or coming from, took it out under your leadership. So you are one of the worst mayors. And yes, you black, but you haven't done nothing for the black residents in the city of Chicago. So no, you don't deserve nobody vote. You have not done nothing for the black residents in the city, the south, the west side of Chicago that's been taking hell under all Rahm Emanuel administration, from Mayor Daley Jr. administration, from Mayor Daley Sr. And here you are, the first black woman of the city, and you didn't do a damn thing for the city of Chicago. No, if you black, if you white, if you're a registered voter, vote her ass out. She don't need to get another chance. People don't want to visit the city. I went to the city, downtown looked like a ghost town. Downtown used to be so thriving. I went there, I wanted some steak, right, Paul? We was down there one year, Ronnie's Steakhouse. I said, I'm going to Ronnie's Steakhouse. I had a hotel next to the airport. I get on the train, and I go downtown. I was gonna take Paul out let him taste some Ronnie's Steakhouse steak. Went that out of business. Other places that I like, out of business. I think the water tower, they want to leave. These are thriving businesses. They used to be in the city. Leaving, fleeing. And she giving a press conference. And the city is good. People ain't good, nothing. Liar. Stop that lie. And I knew you all didn't want to give me no press pass. Getting the press pass, I would have asked you, Mayor, what is your policy for the South and West side of Chicago for your economic message? Why is you giving billions to the cops and they ain't doing their damn job? That message ain't working. Why is it, Mayor Lightfoot, under your leadership, we still seeing the same abandoned buildings in the same neighborhood when I was a little boy, and they still there under your leadership? So, to my sister, Mayor Lightfoot, you're trash. You don't need to be voted back in. Don't vote for her. Vote for Jamal Green. I love him. I'm endorsing him. He's an activist. He has an economic message. He want to invest economically in the city. I seen his plan help Black residents and residents, period, become homeowners. He had organizations helping them with their credit. Folks that never thought they could become homeowners became homeowners. That is how you change the neighborhood. Helping people become property owners, because that brings revenue towards that city. You ain't gonna hardly hear all that crying with people with a 700 and 800 credit score. And I love that. That was a great idea what Jamal Green have done. I've studied that young man. I've seen the work that young man have done. I've seen how he protested against Chase Bank, and Chase Bank said, you can't bank here. Called the cops, banned him from Chase Bank. Chase Bank got embarrassed, and then they finally agreed that they're going to invest billions of dollars in the Black neighborhood. But it took Jamal Green being an activist to call their ass to the fire. And then finally they said, we going to give billions of dollars to the neighborhood, which it should have been did. But it took him to cry loud and spare not outside y'all doors for y'all finally to invest in the neighborhood that y'all banking in and making money for Black residents. They're banking in your banks, but y'all don't want to give and invest in the same neighborhoods that y'all allowing people to have their money stashed in y'all bank. So to Mayor Lightfoot, you don't deserve to be the mayor again. All right? You don't. You have done a terrible job. And this picture confirms that you're trash, because you took a picture with a man that all he talk about in his lyrics is crime and death. And you have the audacity to sit there and smile. So no, you don't have my endorsement, and I urge my subscribers in Chicago, tell your family, tell your friends to vote for Jamal Green for mayor. Now, when you vote for Jamal Green for mayor, he's the first person on the ballot, the #1 person on the ballot. He's #1. So you ain't got to scroll down. When you take your hand part to the polls, you can vote #1. And then also in the city, you can stay at home and vote. You can vote by mail. So it's no excuse. Vote. Don't just sit at home and your community is crumbling and you ain't voting. Get your hand part up there and vote. Take your family out there and vote. Take your kids that's 18 and older and make sure they register to vote. In Illinois, you can do same-day to register the same day, and your vote will be counted. So I will be in the city soon. I will be in the city soon. Like I said, I have family that's in the city as well. And I told them, I said, y'all need to vote because I fled the city. The reason why I fled the city, crime high. People getting robbed. I got robbed twice. Oh, time for me to leave this city. I left it and didn't look back. I left that city. I ain't going back until it change. And then once I make it, I invest in the city. I buy property. I come back and I buy up blocks. But I had to leave. That ain't no type of place for a young black man. It was a woman, she moved out of the city of Chicago and she lost all her children. Then the last one of her two, her son came to visit. They came to visit and she lost them while she was visiting Chicago. So Chicago is not a place for a young black man or a woman. It's too dangerous. So she needs to not get voted back in. So don't vote for her. Vote for J-Mal. All right? Make sure your vote count and take people to the polls with you. Okay? Thank you. Now, I am going to move on from that. Excuse me. We have those particular topics. I'm very passionate about politics. I always have been passionate about politics. That's what I am. Very passionate about politics. Let's talk about ASAP Rocky and Rihanna. And I know Rihanna, you're getting dragged because you said your son is fine. There's nothing wrong with saying your baby is fine. That ain't nothing demonic. That's your baby. You can call your baby fine, right? That ain't nothing wrong with that. And plenty of mothers, especially black ones, say, "Oh, I have a very fine baby." Ain't nothing wrong with saying that, right? ASAP Rocky. But the thing that I don't like, and I made a post, and we dived into this on members only, but I'm gonna touch on this a little bit. But on my IG, I did make a post because she was on the British Vogue magazine on the cover, where ASAP Rocky holding his son and Rihanna on there. It looked like she didn't even have on no drawers. But anyway, why her daddy holding her baby? So you know that's trash. Here you are, don't even hardly have on no drawers and doing it, and ain't even married. But I posted this on the Wiley Show Instagram page, and I said, this is not a good look. They not married, and God is not pleased. Please, folks, you should get married before you have children. And that's why I said I stand by it. Here this woman is, you supposed to be a mother now. You're supposed to see some change, and here you are taking a picture with no panties. You can see the crack of your butt. And you think it's fashionable. That's trash. You don't supposed to be as a woman showing the crack of your butt. Put on some clothes. And then you got your baby with no shirt on and your father kissing the baby, and then you take a picture, you doing a pose with no drawers on, with your stinking tail. I don't care, you Rihanna. You foul. Put on some clothes. Cover yourself. I don't care, you Rihanna. Put on some drawers. All right. So that's how it is. When I saw that on the cover, I was disgusted. So we will continue to dive into it. So I posted on my IG and all that, and I was getting criticized, and I get it. But I'm going to post. And anybody that disagree with me, call in. I'm not going to respond to you on IG. I'm not going to respond to you on Twitter. I'm not going to respond to you in the text. I tell everybody, if you got a problem about what I say and you got something to say about it, call into the show. You would never get me to respond to you on IG or in the comments on YouTube. You must call in to let your voice be heard. Only thing I'm going to do is like your comment and move on. Okay? That is true. I'm going to like your comment and move on. I don't respond to comment unless you super chatting or you cash apping or you call in. All right? I do the same thing. I had a meeting with Lovely T a couple of years back, and I asked her, I said, Lovely? She said, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Wiley. I said, why do you just read the super chat comment? Because she said, I'm a businesswoman. I only read the one with the cash. Because this helps my bottom line. You want me to read that comment? I get 1,000 comments. Hit the cash it. Send a super chat. I said, okay. She said, don't be reading comments for free. Let them sit free. Let them cash app you a super chat. Don't read it. Say, yes, Lovely T. Okay. So we had that conversation with her a couple of years back. This before she blocked me. All right, I always wanted to ask this before Lovely T blocked me. Because she don't mind blocking. You know what I mean? She ends up in the hospital and get a little sick, and then she will sit there and block you. She can't take no criticism at all. She will block you. Is she the type of person that if you super chat and criticize you, she would take your money and block you? All right. They wanted her to get rid of a moderator over there, and they kept on posting that in the chat, and they kept on posting that in the chat, and they said, get rid of that moderator. They kept super chat. She said, thank you for the super chat. I ain't doing nothing. Take that to her platform, and she blocked her. Then she will block you on IG. All right. I believe Lovely T blocked me. Some I said, I don't remember. I said a lot about Lovely T, and she gave me a good old block. I'm blocked by a lot of people. Didn't lose an ounce of sleep. Because I can still see her when she go to Cardi B party, and once Cardi B put liquor down her throat, and then she ends up in the hospital sick. I don't care if she blocked me. Who cares? And she blocked me. Didn't lose an ounce of sleep. All right. So Rihanna, get it together. We will email you in ACI Rocket Criminal. We will email you as well to get y'all on the show. Okay. Let's move on. Yeah, these people will block me in a second. Block. They think it gets it. Oh, please. I got about 55,000 accounts. So you can block one. I'm still watching your every move. All right? You can see and people are just the tea sippers. Everybody, they're going to send me everything that you post. So who cares that you block me? Who gives a darn? That's your loss. And then when I make it, you're going to be kissing my butt. And then I'm going to remind you, you remember when you blocked me? Get out of here. I'm having my security to throw you out. You ain't welcome. Everybody that blocked me, they're going to be kissing my butt. They ain't going to be invited to my, throw them out. Security, get them out. All right. So that was that. Oh, man, I know it. Jaguar Wright. So Jaguar Wright, y'all know she's a little. So she decided to put gasoline on her vehicle and put a torch to her vehicle. This is so sad. I have a source, a very close source that knows Jag, that works in the police system. That Jag is under investigation. She put fire to her car, and she sent it to bloggers, and she sent it to the most feminine bloggers that take stuff off the rectum, and she sent it to them so they could post about it and talk about it. And I was having a meeting with you, Paul, and I said, wow, that's quite strange that she sent it to them, but she dissed people in the LGBT community. She's so homophobic. It's all in her breath. It's in her tongue. She told her son that he better not ever do that lifestyle. And, she's very homophobic, but she sent it to them that take it up the butt, and she sent it to them to post it on their platform, right? Because she put flames to her vehicle, insurance fraud. And I already told the insurance company that ain't nothing but fraud. And she made a big mistake. She put her license plate number on there. And shout out to Black T Blog. We had our private detective. We knew her insurance. I said, there ain't number fraud. I said, you should ever put your license plate up there. None but fraud. Her and her husband. Fraud, fraud, fraud. Her money running low, and you has got to do insurance fraud. And using these black bloggers to do your dirty work. Because they so desperate for a click and a view. Using in the mentally ill. And these same folks put their rotten tongue on me being mentally ill. And here y'all pumping up a mentally ill person that put her son ashes all over her body. This same mentally ill person brought and befriended a sex cult person, Solar, and he started humping her in the bed. This same mentally ill person went to Chicago and threatened the TSA workers. But they don't give a damn about Carl because she's good for clicks and views. She knows she's wrong and foul. I talked to Yvette, an executive Yvette in the industry. She said, Jaguar, we have always said Jaguar is entertaining. But Jaguar is always in her way, and she is mentally ill. And she's been mentally years ago. Only reason why they dealt with her is because she can sing. But they stopped dealing with her stinking tail because she's ill in the head. She's They don't deal with her. Reason why she can't do no concerts because promoters don't want to deal with her because she's She think of rumors and allegations. That's all what she does. She is a mentally ill troll. That's what she is. And she go on these platforms with men that sleep with men, and the same thing she did. Because Jaguar, she dissed Armand and trashed that man's sexuality, trashed him, calling so many F words and S words, dragged him for filth. And now, Miss Jag, now she over there with people in the same lifestyle that she dissed Armand for being a part of to come on their show. And they so desperate for a click, they won't even call her out. Desperate. Brother Sean is desperate. And he's supposed to be a father of 2 young black girls. They don't look like her. I know he ain't the daddy. Anyway, of 2 black girls, and he is bringing a black woman that's put ashes all over her body and don't even tell her jack it up, using her for a click and a view. Showing her car that she using for insurance fraud. Post out the license plate number. And we told State Farm that ain't nothing but insurance fraud. And then you got other bloggers, the one that got dumped by Armand Wiggins, he dumped him like a bad habit. He want to charge people $100 for an exclusive. Who you think you are? We're going to pay $100 for an exclusive that we could just Google the picture of her burning up her own car. I ain't paying you $1 for that exclusive because that ain't no exclusive. Charge $100 for this exclusive. Man, get someone to sit down. I ain't paying you $1. And they ain't give nothing, and then she had to give it to another blogger, and he put it out there for free. And she only go on shows that she can control, and she came on the Wiley Show one time, and we got her together, and she ran and haven't been back. Because no, we ain't gonna just we're gonna ask you some tough questions. She couldn't handle the tough question. We wasn't so excited because it was Jag. We gonna ask you these tough questions. She came here and left. They said, I never seen Jag leave a show so fast because she never went on the show with a person that's gonna ask her the real questions. All right. Our illnesses together if you have to put our illnesses on a family tree. She got schizophrenic, the brother. I got bipolar, the sister. They sister and brother. So we know each other. I know how she moved. I know she ain't well. That's why she bathed in her son's ashes. That's why she dragged people, because she ain't all the way up there. She need her medication. And she ain't taking it because in her mind, ain't nothing wrong with her. Everybody else is crazy except her. So no, she ain't gonna take that medicine. And I can tell when she off that medicine, she goes on her massive rants. When she went to the TSA, I knew ain't on her medicine, need her medication. When she put them ashes on her face, no medicine, it just came out. And she gonna continue to do things because she ain't medicated. She gonna have another breakdown in a couple of days and a couple of months. You're gonna see her again in the news because of her behavior, because she is not well in the head. And she know this. She's in strong tonight. That's why her family don't fool with her. And her son, he didn't want to listen to his daddy. His daddy tried to shield him from his mom behavior. And he said, okay, son, you don't want to do right in school? Leave to go live with your mama. And now he's involved in seeing that behavior and letting her son come up in there. He ain't that well in hair himself. He on there. I think she's possessed by demons. Well, the demon that she's possessed by is called schizophrenic, and that demon needs some medicine. Until she get delivered, until that demon get delivered, she's going to have to take that Prozac, whatever type of medication that she get, she's going to have to take it. Until somebody and it gets delivered, until that demon come out of her, she's going to have to take that medicine for the rest of her life. She's going to do it to the wrong police officer. So I can talk about Jack because we walk in the same shoe. We both mentally ill. The difference between me, I take my medication. The difference between me and her, I go to my psychiatrist. The difference between me and her, I get on the list. We on the waiting list to speak to my therapist. She don't want to do it. In order for her to get help, they have to force her in the hospital. And most of these bloggers, they don't understand. They just use her for a click and a view. They ain't gonna tell that sister she need to take her medicine. Jack, are you on your medicine? Do you need help? Can we help fund you to get a therapist? No. They just get out there for a click and a view, let her go on her rants talking about Jay-Z and her name Stunner. They know she upset. And then she got audacity to say her rotten mouth. They sue you for what? You ain't well upstairs and you ain't got no money. So, and all she do, she go to platform to platform to platform, because if she was well, she will sit on down, get in that studio, and do music. If she was well, she would write a book about her experiences in the industry. If she was well, she would be able to do a concert and open up and write for the artist. If she was well, she would be able to do a documentary, to get in Hollywood and to do an episode on TV One Unsung. All of these things that she could do if she was well. Jill Scott, all of them. Erykah Badu started with Jack. They thriving, and here she is still on YouTube putting ashes of her son on her body. Everybody she came up with, they are thriving. And here she is, I'm putting ashes on my threatening the TSA workers. and doing YouTube videos and falling out with YouTubers. She fell out with one YouTuber. I call her the witch. She got bipolar. She fell out with her. She will never keep a good relationship until she get help and take her mental health seriously. Everybody she come in contact with, she will fall out with them. She will never have a thriving relationship until she get a mind, a good mind. And the only reason why she connects well with her husband is because he have issues in his mind. So two mentally ill people driving across America, raising hell, destructive to each other, burning up their car, doing YouTube videos. Two mentally disturbed people driving around America. Their licenses should be revoked. They shouldn't have a driver's license. They ain't well in the head. Driving around America, got their son in the backseat, just driving around America. They don't know where they're going. Unstable. One day they're in Texas, next day they're in Arizona, next day they're in Vegas, next day they're in LA, next day she's on the plane. She ain't stable. She's everywhere. One day she in DeSoto, next day she in Plano, next day she in Georgia trying to see what Tasha K is. Next day she in Florida. She don't know where she want to be. Next day Solar is her nephew. Next day she want to mentor the people in Carbon Nation. Woo-hoo. So in my close with Jag, I don't mind having a conversation with Jag, but my main thing on the list is Jag, get help. You, sister, is on a road of destruction. Get help. Listen to your doctors and take that medicine. You associated with Tokyo Tony, a woman that needs to be diagnosed her damn self, a woman that is jealous of her daughter, Black China. She need help herself. You know something wrong with your spanking tail if you jealous of your own flesh and blood. You doing interviews to trash your daughter because you no longer young. You no longer have that type of beauty like Black China. You're no longer welcome in the industry. So what do you do? What do? You trash your own flesh and blood because you need some help yourself, and then have the audacity with your spanking tail scrolling the messages, and then in one of the messages you wanted to get some money from Black China. Well, if Black China is good enough to get a coin for, then you need to do a better job as a mother and not trash her in the media. That's why Black China don't want to answer your phone. That's why Black China don't want to be associated with you, because you want to use and destroy and trash Black China. You are not good. And then you say, I want to talk to Wiley. I want to talk to Wiley. I want to go on the Wiley. Yeah, come on the Wiley Show. Let me drop my email. Come on. She said, I want to talk to the Wiley Show, because she was watching my episode. She said she want to talk to me. There you go. Let me drop the link just in case you watch it. Jag or Tokyo Tony. Also, let me put the number on the screen. You can call me. 972-674-9462. Okay? There you go. If you want to reach out to Brother Wiley, you say, I want to talk to the Wiley Show. This is only for Tokyo Tony. All right? And Jag. Anybody else, we open the phone line. I want to talk to Wiley. I want to go on the Wiley Show. Well, that's the number. 972-674-9462. Leave me a text We are scheduled to get you on the platform, okay? All right? All right? And you, Jag, can do the same. All right, let's move on. Okay. Now, let's go to the 1 second. We got our last subject here is this brother right here, Jason Lee. Somebody that couldn't hit the gym to lose the weight, but actually went to get surgery. He got a sleeve because he didn't lose the weight with the old-fashioned way. He went under the knife to lose the weight. Yeah. And his name is Jason Lee. Y'all know who Jason Lee is? He is the founder and the creator he is the founder and the creator of Hollywood Unlocked. This brother was able to get funding from Floyd Mayweather. And I'm reminded of something he put in his book. He decided to put in his book that, he decided to put in his book that Floyd Mayweather said, Floyd Mayweather said the F word. And he told Floyd Mayweather not to say it because it make him feel bad. And Floyd Mayweather apologized for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so that's what happened with that. So now the brother is in a rebrand. He done so many rebrands, I done lost count. And a couple of days ago, we had his ex-boyfriend, Armin, on our show. And he was on our show, Armin, and he was sharing something. And so we were talking about that experience and talking about Jason. And Jason responded. Let me show y'all what Jason said. Okay, give me a second here. We live. Because I told y'all they watch the Wiley Show. Y'all don't think they watch, but they watch. So we was minding our own business. We did a live yesterday. We talked about Jason and other people. And look who jumped out in the comments. Laughing emoji. Hollywood Unlocked. And look at me laugh. Look. Let that sit there for a second. And what did I say under there? Let that sit there for a second. Hollywood Unlocked. Laughing emojis. What did I say? Brother Jason, come on my show, bro. Let's talk like men. Brother Jason, come on my show. Let's talk like men. Laughing emojis. Now, Hollywood Unlocked got me blocked on Instagram. But, Jason, you can comment under the Wiley Show. So, how about you come on, hit that link, and come on the Wiley Show? We here. We cover your show. Great show, by the way. But I want to have a conversation with Brother Jason Lee. So y'all keep bombarding him with messages. We want Jason on the show. And I know Jason know I'm funny. Funny looking and funny. I get it. All you got to do, Jason, is hit the link. You came on everybody's show. But you can't visit the Wiley Show. None of them people. The House Aaron, he ain't buy your book. Sherelle's World didn't buy your book. None of them people that you went on their platform bought your book. They don't know your story. We actually got in our car and drove to Barnes & Noble and purchased your book, God must forgot about, which was an amazing story. I must say so myself. It was a good story. I drove and bought your book, God must forgot about me, and purchased it and came home and read that book all day until I was done. So, brother, you left laughing emojis, meaning you watching. So all you got to do is hit that link. We email you, we DM you, but before you block us, all you got to do is come on the show. Your staff watches, hit the link. All I'm asking you, brother, is you said out of your mouth, it's going to take Wiley 25 years to get on my level. I rebuke that out of your wicked tongue. It ain't gonna take me no 25 years to get on your level. Liar, I don't receive that. Who are you to put your lips on me to tell me where my future gonna lie? You don't have that power. If you did, you wouldn't even have to go under the knife to lose that weight. You would have took your big tail to the gym and got a personal trainer. So please, sir, don't speak that about my life because it's a lie. It's going to take him about 25 years to get on my life. Nothing. Stop that lie. Sit on down. I rebuke that. So you thriving, but you thrive because you got an investment for Floyd Mayweather. If Floyd Mayweather did not give you that big investment, Hollywood Unlocked will not be what it is today. All it takes is one person to invest in the Wiley Show to change my life the same way Floyd changed yours. Floyd Mayweather changed your life. You didn't get it from your own bootstraps. Somebody wrote that check. So all it takes is one person to call the Wiley Show, write a check for $3 million, and I will be the next big thing in Hollywood. So don't act like you got it on your talent alone. Whatever you said to Floyd, it worked where he invested in you. All it takes is one person with money. Call the Wiley Show. I'm going to show you an example. Let me take these headphones off for a second. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, Mr. Wiley. This is Mr. Robertson. I control Robertson & Robertson. I own a tech firm. We've been watching your show for over 5 years. We would like to fly you down to California to talk business. I come down with my lawyer. They write the check for $4.5 million into the Wiley Show. We want to invest in you, brother. $4.5 million. All it takes is one person. So, and then I'll be able to compete with the Jason. I have a staff. I have them celebrities on the show. All it takes is one. Floyd wrote the check. All it takes is one person to write the check to change my life. Like Floyd changed yours. It's quite interesting that you didn't really share what you shared to Floyd to make him invest in your product, in your book. And maybe, Paul, we're going to reread his book because in his book, he did not tell you what did he share with Floyd Mayweather to make Floyd write a check to Hollywood Unlocked. That's what he did not share. And I'm going to, on my plane back to Chicago, I'm going to reread that book to see, did he share how he was able to get the ear of Floyd Mayweather? I know he shared how he befriended Queen Latifah by lying, saying that he was sick, his cousin sick, and then got her on the phone. I understand that, how he harassed the Michael Jackson office to get Michael Jackson on the phone. But I wonder, did he share how he was able to get in contact with Floyd Mayweather? I want to reread, because like I said, it's been over 3 years, almost 3 years since I've read that book. So I'm going to reread it so it can refresh my memory. All right. So make sure if y'all go get that book, I'm gonna make sure I reread. I gotta find it somewhere in here. If not, I go to read it on the ebook and I read it on the plane, because I need to reread that book. God must have forgotten about me. All right. So all we need is a good, strong investor. Okay. That's what we need. All right. And thank you to those that have invested us with their time and energy and actually have seen that. So I can't wait to be back home. My grandmother will be 88 years old on February the 20th. She'll be 88 years old. My Aunt Mary is 90 years old. She celebrated her 90th birthday a couple of weeks back. And my grandma will be 88. So we'll be in Chicago celebrating my grandmother's 88th birthday. And for my members, we will do some streaming to celebrate my grandmother's 88th birthday. She'd be 88 years old. And my aunt is 90 years old. So I appreciate that. So I'll be home breaking bread and fellowshipping with my family. And so I would definitely do that and celebrate that and as well. And I appreciate that. We'll be there with my granny, the same granny that made sure I graduated from Chicago Military Academy. She made sure she cooked me a hot breakfast. She made sure she kept my clothes clean. My socks came with clean draw. Never came to school hungry and dirty. She made sure I was clean. She used to put my clothes in the cleaners, but money was tight. So she made sure she washed them clothes and ironed it. Every morning my clothes was ironed. Because at Chicago Military School on Wednesday, we had to wear a jacket. We had to wear our jacket, our tie, and our shoe, and she would have it washed and ironed with creases. And she would wash it so much, it was straight. I would go to school with it struck and fan all up, because she washed, you're supposed to put it in the cleaner, but she washed it. And so I appreciate that, and I owe my success to my grandmother, because she made sure I stayed out of the streets. She made sure I went to church. She made sure I was there Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, every second Saturday, all day Sunday. And when I say all day Sunday, Sunday school gonna last for a couple hours. Then we go to the first service, 1, 2 o'clock. Then we go downstairs in the basement to eat some chicken. And then we go, and then we have YPU, or we have a second service that Bishop Cartwright get up there and preach for about 5, 6, 7. Then we do the altar call, get up there, call Jesus. We get out of church about 9, 10 o'clock at night. So our day start around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning and get home around 10 o'clock at night. That was my childhood. That was my childhood. A church Tuesday, Bible study, choir rehearsal, 6:45, Bible study, 8 o'clock. Wednesday night prayer, 8 o'clock. Friday night praise and tearing service, 8 o'clock. We get there 8 o'clock. The conductor sing, I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. And Bishop Cartwright get up there about 9 o'clock. He'd get done when he get finished. Sometimes 11:30, sometimes 12 o'clock at night. Bishop Cartwright used to work at Cook County Hospital. I was his armor bearer. That is my uncle. I will make sure Bishop Cartwright get in his car safely. He would jet out of the church. He would have to rush to Cook County Hospital because he was a janitor at that time, and you would do that. So I have history, and I owe that to my grandmother. She made sure I was in church, and then I directed the choir. The Lord is blessed me right now. Oh, right now. I'm a director choir. I remember one time, I'm going to share this story in Chicago. I'm sharing it with y'all now. I'm giving y'all the pre-show to my grandmother. I remember in Chicago, I get ready to direct the youth choir. They called the youth choir the H.E. Cohill Memorial Choir. So H.E. Cohill is the founder of True Church of Holiness. It's right in Chicago, 5735 South Indiana, 60637. The pastor is now Bishop Melvin Cartwright, my uncle. So if you go there, tell him that Wiley sent you. All right, make sure you bring your offering, give good. All right, anyway. So I was up there about to direct the choir, and something was on my pants. I think I had lint on my pants. I think it wasn't folded right. My grandmother came and folded my pants right up there, right there. That's my grandmother. Would pick me up. I remember she would drag me to school. I'm like, Grandma, I got to put on my hat because we went to a military school. So I had to get up there, put on my beret. We had to put on our beret. I remember one time I didn't want to put on my beret. The colonel yelled at me, put on your beret. Mr. Wiley, put on your beret. Private Wiley. Had to put on my beret. Got to fix my hat. They used to talk about it because my grandma had a little car. I'm big, knees up to the thing, and I'll get out of the car tall, 6'2". And in that school I went to, get up early at 7:30. So grandma had to drop me off, give me up some breakfast pancakes. She would cut my pancakes. I'm spoiled. She would cut my pancakes. She would make my pancakes, cut them. She put syrup and cut my pancakes. She would cut them. And so then she would drive me in the car, went to 35 in Giles, went there in Bronzeville, and went to school 7:30. Then we had to stand for about 30 minutes. I didn't like standing. I had a twisted leg. I didn't like all that standing. I had to stand there and talk, and military, Mr. Wiley, get in line. Yell at me. Go there, eat. I joined the choir. Shout out to my choir director in Chicago Military, Mr. Walker, and all of that. Shout out to Mr. Evans. May he rest in peace. My special ed teacher, shout out to Mr. Evans. And then I wasn't going to school like that. I would take all, oh, Grandma, I don't feel good. I don't feel good today. I don't feel good today. And then I wouldn't go. I was missing days. And then I had to go downtown because they said I won't be able to graduate because my attendance is raggedy. I wasn't going. And they said I won't be able to go to my prom. And so my mom talked to the people. I talked to the lady, said, you know, his grandmother spoiled him. He's a good guy, but he just, when he come, he do good, but he just don't want to come. And then when they said, you better come or you won't be able to go to your prom and graduate. So I went, started coming, didn't like it. And I started falling in love with school. I was in the debate team. I was on New Year and Heritage, everything. My junior and senior year, I started to thrive because I love participating there. Shout out to Mr. John D. Evans, my teacher. I met him through division because, you know, in high school, you have to go to division class. And he was our division teacher. 902 was my division class. And he was also my special ed teacher and case manager or whatever, caseworker. And so he was over that. And so he had us a debate, Know Your Heritage, and all of that. So I was very active. And so my grandmother would come up to the school. She would talk and everything like that. She would wear her long skirts. I said, Grandma, why you got to wear skirts? I mean, come there, skirts to her ankles. My grandma never had on pants. When I was coming up, she never had on pants. Long skirts to her ankle. Then she would preach, not preach. She didn't believe in women preachers. Then she she would be in that prayer. She would get her holy oil, put her oil. Father God, that would you bless her right now. Put oil all over my face. I'll come to school all oily, never blessed oil. She'd be in the bathroom praying, Father, watch over my key. She never say Marquise with an E because it's French. It's my key. That's it. She'd be in that praying in that bathroom. Watch over right now. Save him, Lord. Every day. Praying. Then she'd get up, get that oil, put that blessed oil all on my face. Put it all on her doors. Father God, in the name of Jesus. Lord, bless it right now. Everywhere. All everywhere. I'm like, good God, well, Lord. I had a little game system. My game minding its own business. She put olive oil all on my game. I'm like, Grandma, bless right now. Get that spirit out of here. I mean, why you got to put blessed oil on my game? What my game do to you? Get away from my game. Put bless oil all on my Nintendo 64. Bless oil everywhere. So then on Saturdays, Soul Food will come on. Now Soul Train will come on. And my grandma didn't like cussing. So every time, turn it off. Put on some church. Read your Bible. I said, Grandma, I'm watching the Soul Train. It's okay. What they say, they ain't say nothing. No, they said a bad word. And my sister wasn't no good. Oh, Marquise watching Soul Train. They cussing, Grandma. I had to turn it off. Couldn't listen to it. I want to listen to Soul Train. Then, when it's thundering outside, we got to turn the lights off. It's the little thunder. Turn it off. God doing his work. Turn off the lights. Turn off everything. Why I got to turn off everything? I want to play my Nintendo 64. I want to play my, you know what I'm saying, my James Bond, my golden James Bond. I don't want to turn off the light. Turn it off, or I snatch it out of the cord. I'm like, Grandma, I want to play my game. Why I got to turn off because it's storming? So, pick it up. And I was raised by my grandmother. Then my grandmother, she thought she was going to lose her house. She thought they was going to foreclose on her home. So my grandmother decided to get an apartment, and she put my name. I had to sign a lease. And for the first time in history, I was about 17, 18. I believe I was 18. I just turned 18. So we signed a lease for an apartment because she thought she was going to lose her house. So me and my grandma was on the lease. So she got the apartment. I said, okay, we got the apartment. She never moved in that apartment. And we paid the rent faithfully for 1 year. So I started experiencing it with men. I wanted to get it in. I said, I'm done with all this church stuff. I want to be wild. So I started going. I had a key. So I would get on the train, the red line. I would walk on down from 79 to get, it was on 80, so I would walk down to that apartment, and I got it in that apartment. Grandma had a nice 3-sectional bed. Then she had she had a nice bed up in there, a whole furnished apartment. She just never moved in it. So she paid the rent. So I was in there getting it in. That's when I met Brian Radcliffe, got it in. He was in the military. That was the first guy let screw me in that apartment. Then I had another guy, can't say his name because I'm still associated with him. His boyfriend came there. We went to high school together. I had sex with both the boyfriend and him, all in that apartment. Then I had another guy. We got it in the shower. Got it in that apartment. It was a nice apartment, room, everything. We just get it in. I was the first guy I fingered in the shower. I fingered him in the shower. So I was used that apartment. My name was on the lease and everything. My name was on the lease. So I'm getting in that apartment. We smoking in that apartment. I mean, getting high. So we throwing all up in that apartment. And so then I got the baddest news. Grandma called me, my key, you're going to have to turn the keys in because I ain't leaving my house. It ain't going to get no foreclosed. God did it. I said, Grandma, what you mean? You mean to tell me you ain't going to keep the apartment? No, I'm done. And so I went to the landlord. She was an older lady and her daughter. I said, I would like to be on the lease by myself. You got to have, I ain't had an income. So I tried to get one of my friends. He ain't had an income like that. Then we had to leave that apartment. And I had to go back to 6531 South Justine in Chicago. I had to go back to 6531 South Justine. Went back there. I didn't like it because I wanted to live my life. I knew I could not be gay in my grandmother's house. She was totally against it. So one day I was on Facebook and I saw Jonathan Flakes on Facebook. Jonathan Flakes. Just a young gay guy on Facebook. So I DM him on Facebook. Hey, let's link up. Let's talk. Let's smoke. Let's drink or whatever. So I came to his house, 7724 South Jeffrey. He lived on the 3rd floor. Went there. I saw him. We talked. He was watching all Austin Powers, and then for the first time ever, I didn't know anything about Tiffany Pollard. Like he had all her DVDs, Flavor Flav, all her DVDs, and he would play it over and over. And then I thought I was going to sleep with Jonathan Frakes. He never wanted to sleep with me. We never slept together. We slept in the same bed, but we never got it in, right? We just slept in the same bed. And so, boom, that was it. I went back home, back to 6531 South Justine, and I wanted to move. Like, we had to move out of the apartment, and I didn't want to move back to my grandmother's house because I knew she would not be there for me with the lifestyle that I've chosen. So what did I do? I said, grandmother, I called Jonathan. I said, can I come stay with you? I only met that man maybe twice or three times, right? And he said, girl, come on. And many years later, he told me, I didn't think you was going to show up, but you showed up, and he allowed me to move in. I only knew him for a couple of years. This is over 10 years ago. Went to his house, 7724 South Justine, Jeffrey, on the 3rd floor. Went there, brought my garbage bags. And so my grandmother dropped me off, and I went and lived with him. And then one day, my grandmother dropped me off, and she knew that he was gay because the rumors came out in the church that I was with a gay man, and they dragged me in that church. And my uncle started dragging me. And so my grandmother said, repent. And Jonathan was like, what is she talking about? Repent, repent. My grandmother got out of the car. She showed Jonathan with the gay stuff, with the blonde hair. He was out. He was openly gay. He's gay. You know, I'm out there. I'm trying to be gay. Grandma got out of the car. Real lie. Repent, repent. Real lie. I said, Grandma, get back to your car. And my friend was like, oh, girl, what's going on? What's going on? Repent. Repent. I was like, oh, Lord, have mercy. Jesus, get back in your car. So she got back in her car. She went back to 65 Justine. And so I lived with Jonathan. And so I wasn't even 21 years old. I was 19, 20 years old. I wasn't 21. And Jonathan was over 21, right? He was able to drink. He was legal. He was going to clubs. So Jonathan would bring over Anthony and all of these other people to his home. And this was like candy in the candy. So all of these beautiful gay people. And Jonathan was sexy. So he attracted so many good-looking gay men to the house on 77 and Jeffrey. And so one of my best memories is when he was preparing for the club. So they would do pre-gaming, meaning that they would be drinking at Jonathan's house because Jonathan was the only one out of his friends that had his own place. The rest of them clowns, they lived with their mama. And one of the clowns, we're going to get into him in a second, he lived in the basement, in his mama's basement. Anyway, so they would drink, and Jonathan, he had a bunch of liquor from CVS that, let's just say, he didn't pay for it, okay? It was thousands of alcohol he had stashed. I mean, it was like the whole CVS store he had at the place. So alcohol there, everywhere, alcohol there, bottles everywhere. So it was like a bar, like a liquor store. So they were drinking, they would smoke, they would drink. So we would do games. And they would say, okay, Marquise, when you get 21, we're going to go to the club. I'm like, oh, okay. I was so happy. I would drink with them. And I shouldn't have drunk, but I was drinking. And so one of his friends, what is his name? It's Anthony. I can't think of the man's name because it's been so long. I know he was light-skinned. That's what I remember. And we started to get involved sexually. And, you know, it got out to his friends. He was embarrassed because he didn't want his friends to know that we had sex. And I was like 19, 20. He was in his mid-20s at the time. No, not mid-20s, like 23, 24, right? And so we had sex, and then he didn't want his friends to know. He tried to deny it. And my cousin knew we had sex because we lived in the same, you know, in a house. And then we was doing it in his car, and my Jonathan can see us in the car because on the 3rd floor, if you go to 7724 Job Jeffrey in that building, it's a window. The 3rd floor looks right down on the street. You can see the cars. You can see everything. So he saw us getting it in his van. And so I went and I told Jonathan, I said, I had sex with him. It was amazing. It was so great. And I told him everything. You know, I told Jonathan, anybody that I slept with, I would tell Jonathan everything. Didn't keep nothing from him. And so we would have this conversation. And then, you know, my grandmother, praying grandmother, I always felt guilty and I wanted to go back to True Church Holiness in 5735 South Indiana, Bishop Melvin Cartwright. I always wanted to go back to church. So I would go back to church. I would get on the altar. Jesus, 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 Jesus. I'm delivered. I ain't gay no more. I'm delivered. I would cry, shout, and I would still be gay. So Jonathan and his friends, they made a joke. They said we could tell when Wiley is in church because I post scriptures. They can tell when I backslid back in the world. I'm talking about peen, booty, peen, riding peen, and then when I get saved, I posted scriptures. Okay, I'm posting scriptures all on my Facebook page. And then when I'm back in the world, talking about pain, drinking, cussing, and then I'm back in the church, Jesus love you. Get right with the Lord. In the beginning was the word was with God, right? And so I would go to church. And then some days, my grandma wouldn't see me for like a couple of months, almost like a year or two, she would not see me. And then I would just show up to the church and she'd be like, how are you doing and everything? And I remember one day, I went home to 6531 South Justine and went home from Jonathan's house and went to my grandma's house and I used the restroom. And I was on my way out of the restroom, almost in the kitchen. And my grandmother stopped me and she looked me dead in the eye and she said, you know, gay people die horribly. You know that. So they die horribly. You're going to die horribly. She said it to me directly in my face. And I was hurt. And I would leave, I would go to Jonathan's house, I would cry, I'd be like, oh my gosh. And I would go back to the church, I would try to get delivered, always trying to get delivered. Because I did not want to die horrible. I did not want to die horribly. So I would keep going to church, 5735 South Indiana, go back to the church, get on the altar. I'd say, oh, I'm saved. I'm delivered from homosexuality. And then I would get on the train. One particular day, I was on my way from work, and I saw a gentleman there. And I went to his home. We was flirting on the train, went to his home. We had sex. He was in a culture church. Right, Paul? We can't give the name because that church is still thriving, and they don't know he's in the closet or something like that, because I think he's preaching now. So I won't give the name at this time. Okay? Thank you, Paul, for that. So we had sex, and we were very intimate. I actually went to his church and started playing the drums. And he had to cook chicken for the church. Didn't know how to cook. I knew how to cook because my grandmother, all she did was cook for the church. So I seasoned the chicken good and everything like that. Very active, right? And then I would go back home to my grandmother and I would try my best to be saved because my grandmother was a very hard worker. I mean, she cooked for the church. Up until her stroke, she was very active in the church. Cooked I remember every Sunday, she started on Saturday night, washing the greens, making the turkey wings, turkey necks, baked chicken. You know what I'm saying? Every day, dressing for the church. She loved True Church of Holiness. She loved that church. She'd been there since 1971. One year, I believe my mother was born, she was a member of True Church, and she loved that church. And so I love True Church as well. Still love the church, still love Bishop Cartwright. And my grandmother, I love her. And I love her because in her younger years, she had a son, Bishop Cartwright. Before he was Bishop, he was just Melvin. And Melvin was on drugs. He was a drug addict. And so my grandmother on 78 South Ashland at the time, church under Bishop Cohill. Bishop Cohill told my grandmother, when Melvin come here for money, don't go outside, let him come into church. And so one day Melvin came in and they went outside. He wanted the money, and my grandmother put the money in her shirt because he was on drugs. And she started listening to the saints telling her, stop giving your drug addict son money because he's going to get high. And then one day, Melvin got out of jail, went to church, and got on the altar and got delivered from drugs, right? And so, because my grandmother cried for her son and prayed for Melvin because Melvin was on drugs. Melvin that's my uncle, he got ran out of Milledgeville, Georgia, ran out. He did a crime, and they said either jail or get out of this town. Out. So my grandmother had to get him a Greyhound ticket and get him out of Milledgeville to go right to Chicago. That's why he's in Chicago now, a bishop. And so I remember that. And Grandma Dora was a big part, a pioneer of that. Grandma was a member of the church. And who told her about True Church of Holiness was Willie Crusoe, my grandfather. My grandfather was an elder in True Church of Holiness. And he brought my grandmother to True Church. Right? Brought her to church, and she was praying. And got saved, got the Holy Ghost. And, my mother was born, 1972, born. She grew up in the church. She was a choir director. She was a singer, all of these things. 1990, Brother Wiley was born. And then how did I move with my grandmother? I moved my grandmother in my before I became a teenager, because of all the destruction and the drinking, and the police was coming every weekend. Every weekend, the police is there. So I just got tired of the police coming. I wanted some peace. I wanted to be free. I wanted safety. I wanted peace. So I went to one day, I would go to my grandma and visit, and every time I would go, no police officer, my grandma not drunk, she ain't cussing me out, you know what I'm saying? She ain't talking to herself. We just going to church. I'm be able to eat. I'm able to have clean socks, you know what I'm saying? Clean socks, clean clothes, you know what I'm saying? I eat a hot meal every day. The lights ain't off, the water not off. We just thrive. And so I told my mom, I want to move with my grandmother. And I've been with her ever since during that time. I left my mother's house and I moved with my grandmother on 65 and 31 South Justine. And because of her, I got active in the church. I was very active in the church. I started my roots in the church because of my grandmother, because of Mother Price. Y'all know who Mother Price is. Mother Price recently, a couple of years ago, we did a whole thing about, in honor of her memory. Mother Price had an organization called the FCHE on the south side of Chicago, and she would have a program where she have a Christmas program, Christmas gift, Easter, and all of that. And so one day she asked me to get up there and sing, and I got up there and I sang Waves in the Water. And then I would get up there and sing What God Has for Me. Those are my songs. And every time when I come to church, she said, come on, Brother Marquis, come on up here and sing for Mother. And I would get up there and I would sing the same old song, Way in the Wild. I get up there and sing. I didn't even want to sing. I couldn't talk back. My grandma wouldn't allow it. I just want to come to church and play games and play with my, what was that, Toy Story? Playing Toy Story, I forgot, Willie, I think the cowboy. I was playing that. Grandma snatched that out of my hand and threw it away. I just want to come to church and play. I don't want to sing. Every day it looked like I get up there and sing. Go on up there, my grandma. Go on up there, my kid. Get up there and sing for the Lord. I had to get up there and sing. Get up there and sing. Then I didn't even want to sing. I just want to play with my Woody. I want to play with Woody. I don't want to sing. I had to get up there and sing. Then my brothers and sisters, we up there singing. They would call, come on, the Bark. I ain't the Barksdale, I'm a Wiley, but they Barksdales. So they had to get up there and sing with me. Okay. So my grandma was very active in our lives. And it was very peaceful in my grandmother's house. Very, very peaceful. Until my mother and them started moving in, then that piece went out the window. They brought all that dysfunction. Then the police was called to her house. I don't care if you addicted to drinking, if you are a drunk, I don't care if you move from the south to the west. That's going to follow you unless you get that handled. So they came to 6531 South Justine, everybody. They moved down the street from 6531 South Justine. My mom moved to 6503 South Justine. They moved on the same block. Then there was a slumlord. Then they had to move to 6531 South Justine, and it was destruction. The place that was peaceful was no longer peaceful. My grandmother had a thriving home daycare. My mom came in. She then it just went through down the toilet because my mom brought her kids, and grandma couldn't take no more clients because she's too busy watching her grandkids. So her business, she just went out of business. And I remember that. And then I got older. And I said, listen, I'm ready to move. And I wanted to live my life. I wanted to live my life. So that's why I moved out of my grandmother's house. And I love my grandmother. I really, really love her because she was very instrumental into my upbringing. I remember her. I love her. I love her. And so love my brothers and I love my sister. Love them all. Love them all. And I wanted to be something better. I just wanted to experience life. So in my 20s, I was just experiencing my life. I was experiencing my life, having and then I met Patrice. She was a member of True Church. That's Sister Allison's niece. Sister Allison is a member of True Church Home, and she's a missionary now. At that time when I know her, she was just Sister Allison, the youth director. But she's a missionary. But she had a niece, Patrice. Patrice was older than us, and I was about 17, 18 years old. And Patrice, she had big breasts. You know what I'm saying? And not the most attractive by face, but she had big breasts. And she had a big butt, So Patrice was in school. She was going to some city college. And so I would start helping her with her work. And we developed a sexual relationship. She lived right door to 6735 South Indiana, that building next door to the church. She used to live there in downstairs. And we developed a sexual relationship. And I was so nervous having sex with Patrice because I didn't know. So we put on gospel music. I didn't know. I was so nervous. I humped her. I was so nervous. And the reason why I stopped having sex with women, because one day Patrice called me and she said, Mikey, I think I'm pregnant. And she was in her mid-20s at the time, 26, 27. And she said, I think I'm pregnant. My period haven't come. And I didn't know what that was. A period, man, get another period. I don't know. Get an exclamation point. And we had sex with gospel music. So I called my mother. I said, Mom, oh man, I got bad news. She said, what's wrong? I got bad news. She said she's pregnant. She said she have a period. She said she's pregnant. I cried like a baby. I called Mom. She said, no, she probably late. It's going to be okay. So the Patrice, she called me about a couple of days later. And she said her period came. She's not pregnant. And I got mad at her. I really did. I really, really, really did, because she had me crying. Like, I was scared. And then I was mad at Patrice, called out her name. And then eventually I went back to Patrice and we had sex again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then that was the time I left Chicago because I wanted to be in the military. I wanted to be, Fort Benning, Georgia. I was broke. That was a recession. The recession was hit, broke. I was working at Chili's. I was getting 1 or 2. Nobody was coming to Chili's. It was bad. Times were bad. So I said, I need some money. My friend at the time, the one that molested my sister, we was close friends, Sherman Marlowe, S.O. Blake Marlowe. He left and moved to Portsmouth, Virginia to live with his aunt. And I was like, I need to do something. I was hurt. My friend left me because I was so close with S.O. Blake Marlowe. I was so close with him. So close with him. We were close friends, like best friends. He actually went to the same high school as me. So when he left, I was hurt. We was both freshly out of high school, 18 years old. Like we were young. He left. He went to Virginia. And I stayed in Chicago. I didn't have nobody to go to. I stayed. So I went to Jonathan, all of that. And then eventually I said, I'm tired of being broke. So I want to go to the military. But I never could pass the ASVAB test. Never could pass. I think I needed like a 34, 30. I never could pass it. So I would go, and I used to like doing it because they would take us to a hotel. You would spend a night. That was the first time I've been in a hotel thanks to the U.S. Army. Never passed ASVAB. So my recruiter was like, listen, you're going to get a tutor. So they got me a tutor. He said, listen, I'm tired of taking you. He didn't say you're tired, but you're going to take the ASVAB on Cottage Grove. So on Cottage Grove at the time, they would give the test for the ASVAB. So I took the test on Cottage Grove. And then one time I took the test and I got in the car. The recruiter said, he looked at me. He said, you passed it. I said, what? I took that test like 5 or 6 times. He said, you barely passed, but you passed. And I thought I was going to go to the military. And then I went down to a certain area, part of Illinois, went there to talk to the people. And they said, get a job. What job do you want? I said, I want infrastructure. I want to be infantry. Like, no, I said, what job can I get to lead the quickest? They said infantry. I said, I'll do it. I thought it was cooking chicken or mopping or something. And so I didn't know what infantry was. I thought it was cooking some fried chicken or something, working in the kitchen. I don't know. So we get to Fort Benning, Georgia, I told my grandmother I'm going to the military. They did something at the church. They gave me money. They had me come in front of the church. My teacher from Westwood College, she came to the service. All of that, put me in front of. It was like I'm going to the military, and so went to Fort Bennett. Um, and it was disastrous. I wasn't ready for the military. I mean, it was yelling. You had to get up early. You couldn't eat when you want to eat. Because I was like, my grandma, I could eat anytime I wanted. Didn't want to go. Then I cried. I called my grandmother. I said, Grandma, I got to leave this place. You got to get me out of here. They keep getting me. I can't hardly sleep. I got to get up in the middle of the night. I got to get out of here, Grandma. I'm ready to go home. I don't want to do this no more. You're a grown man now. Just stick with it. I'm going to pray. I don't need your prayers, Grandma. I just want to leave. I got to go. It's going to be okay. Don't cry. I'm crying like a baby. I'm in the military, Fort Bennett, Georgia. So I'm ready to go. So I cussed out the drill sergeant, cussed him out, and then I ran out of the place because he wanted me to clean up. I didn't want to clean. I ran out of the place, ran outside, rolled over the floor. Said, we're going to get the M. I said, get the M, please. They can kiss my M, please, butt. And I'm cussing them out. I'm rolling on the floor. I'm crying. I'm yelling. I'm just rolling over, crying, cussing them out. So the drill sergeant, the person, he called his lieutenant, like his head person that's over him. She said, pack up your stuff, Mr. Wiley. So they transferred me to another unit. Now, this particular unit, they transferred me to a unit where you're going home, like for all the quitters. They call it the quitting unit. It wasn't officially called that, but that's what they know. The quitters just go on that quit. I said, I don't care about the quitting unit. So I went there in the military and went there, and they said, do you want to get discharged medically? Because I said my leg and all that. They said, well, if we discharge you medically, you're going to be here for some months. So we're just going to do a separation, right? I said, okay, that's fine. We could just do a regular separation because that's the quickest. I said, that's fine. But that wasn't moving fast enough. I mean, they kept me in there for days and days and weeks and months. I said, listen. So one particular day, we left the mess hall, and I just fell out. I said, I'm going to fall out. They got to call the ambulance. Went to here. I said, can I go home right now? I need to go home. Can you hold me? Can you help me? I want to go home and talk to my mama. So they let me talk to my mama. And I said, I want to go home. Let me go home now. I said, doctor, can you write a letter that I can go home? He said, no, son, I can't do that. You have to go through the process. Everything is fine. Ain't nothing wrong. Just take a little medicine. Ain't nothing wrong with you. And then the drill sergeant found out that I went to the hospital. He had me go in front of them. He said, now, who picked Marquise up? Like, who did that? What medicine are you on? I told him the medicine. I forget. He said, that's bull crap. That medicine's bull crap. That mean ain't nothing wrong with you. That mean ain't nothing wrong. Yeah, that mean I broke down in tears. And so then I went back to the sick hall. I went back and got on crutches. I did anything possible to get up out of that military. I didn't want to do it no more. I couldn't do it. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to go home. So got the crutches, and then one day they said, you're going home, okay? And then I put the crutches down. Now, first they tricked me, said, oh, you ain't going. And then they said, what happened to the crutch? I said, I'm fine, I'm doing good. And then they said, get on the bus. And now the rest of the system went home. Went home, got on the plane from Fort Bennett back to Chicago, went back to 6531 South Justine. My grandmother was on the telephone. She was talking to somebody. She said, I'm going to call you back when I key home. I told her about it. I said, Grandma, I don't want to do it. I'm so glad to be home. I appreciate home. And I went home. She cooked me some fried chicken, and we ate. And she cooked me some cornbread on the stove. Ate that. I took me a shower, went to sleep, and I just enjoyed my life. And so I appreciate it. My grandmother was there for all those moments. When I had Social Security, when they denied me for Social Security and cut me off, my grandmother took me downtown for Social Security, and I didn't get it. My grandma was there. When I wanted to find my father, Calvin Wiley, we found a number, and I reached out, and he invited me to go meet him. And so my grandmother took me to go meet Calvin Wiley. And so we was in his home, his mother's home, which would have been my grandmother. We in the home, and I was so nervous. I was a teenager. And I didn't know what to say. I I didn't know what to say. And he was talking about my mom, asking a question about my how she was. Is she still in church? When we met, she was back. She said, no, she ain't in the church no more. And my grandmother said, I don't think he know what to say. He said, Marquis, you know how to talk. Tell him what's on your mind. I couldn't say nothing. So my grandmother left, and Calvin, my brother that I thought was my brothers, we was playing football. It was amazing. I was in love like with Calvin and with my brothers. I thought they were everything, right? And I left that house, saw my cousins. I thought this was my family, you know. And then one day, I kept calling Calvin, wasn't getting no response. And then one day, Brother Joseph, he came over and cut my hair. And he called my mother. Calvin called my mother and told my mother to tell Marquise that we took a DNA test and he's not my son. And so my mother told me what he said, and I broke down in tears. I cried. And my grandmother saw my grandmother hold me, and she was praying for me, and I was crying. They waited until Brother Joseph left, and she told me what Calvin told her. She told me, and I broke down in tears. Because I thought he was my father. I was so lost. I was so lost. I was so hurt. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was just so confused. I really was. I was like, why don't he want me? So my grandmother was there. And so then, like many days after that, I talked to Calvin. He told me some things. I'm not going to share what he said about my mother because it's not flattering. And then I watched Maury at one time, and I took down the DNA number, and I took a DNA test, but I couldn't afford the money to pay the DNA test. And so it's been so long, I don't know, I think they threw it in the garbage. But, you know, then years later, my grandma was there through all of that. And then my aunt, which is Calvin's sister, one time, she mailed a birthday card, and she put $20 in there. And she said, I will always be your auntie. I always love you. I think about you every day. And I remember her because when I was growing up, I remember that she used to take me around with her. I remember that. That's Calvin's sister. And she sent me a birthday card. She sent me another letter as well that my grandmother told me about. And my grandmother was there through the whole ordeal. And so I love my grandmother because she was like there in different moments of my life. I remember one time I was on my way to work. I left the house, had on my CNA uniform, walked down the stairs and right across the street, because my grandmother don't live there anymore. She has a school right across the street, so it's dark. And the grade line is right down the street. She live on 65 and Just State. Walk down there, you go to 630 Ashland, the grade line right there. So I have on my CNA uniform, and I'm walking. I have my bag, you know, I'm a CNA, going to work. Got to be there at 6 o'clock, about 4 or 5 something in the morning. I walk down the stairs, I'm walking. A van just stopped, and I thought it was like the jump board, like the police. Like, thought it was the police, and I froze, and it was young men. They robbed me. They beat me up. You will never forget the army base training. Yeah, hoorah! Wake up for it. Yeah, thank you. Two miles. Yeah, thank you, soldier girl. Failures, brave training. So they robbed me. They didn't have a gun. I didn't see a gun. They just beat me up and took my. They took my phone in my bag. And my bag only had books in it. So, but my wallet was in my my scrub pants, my scrub shirt pocket. So I go up the stairs and told my grandma I was robbed. I'm waking up out of sleep. I was crying. I was so distraught. I was so dramatic. It was my sister was crying. It was very dramatic. I got robbed. So I went to the hospital, got checked. Everything was fine. Took a police report. I got a new phone. And my sister, you know, she was young, my baby sister. I don't understand that. I'll be mad about she was so concerned about my iPhone. I'll be mad about the iPhone. Oh, no, they took his iPhone. I'll be so mad. Why you ain't mad? I won't be crying. I just be mad. I said, I'm okay. So I had insurance. So I got a new phone. And so I love my grandma. Like, she was there through it all. And then I wanted to move. A sister of my church, Sister Allison, she was a real estate person. She had an apartment for rent in the hundreds. I've never lived in Roseland. And it was a studio for about $400, $450 for a studio. So I went there and got the apartment. And so everything was good. I was living by myself for the first time ever. I had my first apartment by myself, other than my grandmother's apartment that we had together. This is my first apartment by myself with my name on the list. So I go there and I'm working. And this particular time, I got off the wrong stop. Like I was on my block, but it's like two stops on the same block. But I got off the other stop, and it was some guys. And I said, well, let me just walk across the street to get away from the guy because it just feel wild. But it was a semi truck right there across the street. One guy went to the front of the truck and the back of the truck, and they said, "Give me your money, give me your wallet, give me everything you have." And I gave him everything: my phone, wallet, everything. In my phone, I gave him everything. Only thing they didn't take was my keys. So I went in there, told my neighbor, I said, "Can you please call the cops?" And I made a post. It was so traumatic. And I moved out of the apartment. I said, "Mama, I'm done with this. This is Chicago. I'm done with this. Done with this. Oh, you can't break the lease." I said, "F that lease. Come pick me up. I'm done with this raggedy neighborhood." So she came pick me up, and I moved back with Jonathan. I came right back to Jonathan. And my grandmother was upset because it put her in a bind because this lady at the church, she put her name on the line to get me that apartment, and I broke the lease. But thank God she was able to find somebody to rent it out but like the next week to rent out that studio, and it was fine. But like I said I couldn't stay. I said, so, and I told to Sister Allison, I said, "Listen, I can't stay here. It was too dangerous. Like I was robbed. I cannot stay in a place where I don't feel safe." So I moved out of the place and I moved back to 77th and Jeffrey. And I moved back with Jonathan. So I moved back with Jonathan, and we had that. And then I knew that it was some issues because when I go back to church, my uncle would throw out shots at me in the pulpit, saying, y'all have roommate, that's y'all man, y'all need to get delivered. It's not called Adam and Steve, it's called Adam and Eve. Look at what he did to Solomon and Gomorrah, and that's when the issues with the church. That's when I started to like, oh my gosh, this is a lot. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't working for me to be delivered. And so Bishop Coward preached these things. He said, "You're going to hell." And so I already told you, Charmin left. And so I decided to leave the church as well. I decided to go join a new church. I joined a new church. And then Bishop Cartwright got upset. He said, "What? Marquise left because his lover left." It's the same thing that happened when another sister left because her lesbian lover left. It's that same spirit creep back in the church. And I joined the church for about one day. It wasn't for me because I missed my church. I missed my grandmother. I missed my uncle. I missed them. So I went back to church that same day. I went back and I said, "I heard that you said that I left because my lover." I said, "If that ain't the truth, then don't do it." I said, "Okay, I'm back." But it just didn't work for me. It didn't work because the messages was all against gay, you going to hell, God is against that spirit. And I would cry. I tried my best to get delivered. I cried. I rolled over the floor. I speak in tongue. I fast. I did everything. I thought God called me to preach. I really tried. I really tried. I called on Jesus for hours and hours, and it just never happened for me. Like to quote, just totally be straight, right? And so my grandmother, and she said, "You gotta get saved, Marquise. You on your way to hell. You don't get saved." I said, "Okay, grandma, I'm gonna get saved. I gotta get the Holy Ghost. I'm gonna get this Holy Ghost." And so, like, I was a director of the choir, but then things changed. I started developing a show. And this was years ago, 2010, 2011. I started doing the Wiley Show. Like I said, I moved with Jonathan. So I would go to house parties, interview stuff. And so rumors started circulating that your nephew is a gay person. So somebody sent Bishop Cartwright a Facebook message. And he showed me the Facebook message saying, "You have a F word doing praise and worship." Okay, because I would post stuff about the church, but somehow somebody took that information and sent it to Bishop Cartwright. And he said, "What is this all about?" I said, "Well, I think it's such and such." And I said, "You know what? I think I should leave." He said, "I think that's best. You should leave." And I left the church. And I went home. I was hurt. This was when I was in my 20s, the early 20s. He said, "You should leave the church." Not you should stay in the church and pray. Okay, we're going to pray about this. No, you should leave. Because he was concerned that would embarrass the ministry. So I left. And I left. And so things were going right, and I was still directing at one point. And then he was just over me directing because he was getting rumors of me being in a lifestyle. I was taking pictures with gay people. I was being at a house party. So one day, Uncle said, choir started at 6:45. I got a phone call from Bishop Wright. He said, come to my office. I said, okay, Bishop, but we got to do choir rehearsal. Choir rehearsal. No, he said, listen, what did I just tell you? Come to my office. I said, okay. So I come to his office, upstairs in his office. This is my uncle, Bishop Cartwright, and we talked. And he said, you have a spirit, and I don't want that spirit to leap on other members. So I'm going to remove you as the choir director. I said, why? Because you have a spirit. I said, why do you want to remove me? I loved it. I love doing this. I'm great at this. He said, I'm going to remove you as the choir director. I said, okay. I said, I want to turn in my keys because I was a key holder, meaning I had the keys to the church. I knew the alarm system. I knew all of that. I was offering. I used to raise the money, and I knew how to lock the money up. I knew how they kept it in the file cabinet, all that type of stuff. I was very active. And I said, I'm going to give you the keys back. He said, no, you don't have to give me the keys back. I said, no, I'm going to give you the keys back. I'm just hurt. And that day was like the beginning and end of Bishop Cartwright's and our relationship. That's my uncle. Now, we were close. Like my uncle, he would pick me up from school. We would do stuff for the church. We would work for the church. When he worked, a lot of people don't know this, when Bishop Cartwright was working at Cook County Hospital, all the brothers left the church. I was a teenager. And so he had to depend on me. He asked me one day, he said, Marquise, did you do everything? He called my grandmother. And he said, put Marquise on the phone. Put him on the phone. He said, did you lock up the money? I said, yes, sir. I locked up the money. I made sure the women get in the car safely. I made sure I locked the church up. I made sure I put the alarm on. I had all these responsibilities at 16, 17 years old, doing everything for the church. And then when he removed his car, everything changed. Like stuff that I was hurt because church was everything for me. Church. Flyers. I was making flyers for the church, pictures for the church. I had a friend that was a graphic designer. So if you Google True Church and Homeless, you see them graphics. Most of them graphics is still my graphics that I paid somebody to do. That True Church Homeless, that logo that they use, I was a person, Affordable Oppressions, a t-shirt place that I called in Chicago that they designed and that I picked out for the church. I was very active. Pictures that you see on the True Church Homeless, the HD pictures was the pictures off my camera, right? That I took in this anniversary service. So I was very active, in the church. And so when he told me that I couldn't be the director, things changed. And then Pulse nightclub shooting happened. I will never forget it. It was on the news. My grandma had cable at the time, and I saw it on the news, and my heart broke. Not only for the victims, but I knew my uncle was going to use that to come against homosexuality. I said, "Oh Lord, here we go." So we was in Sunday school, sitting down. Bishop get up in Sunday school. He said, I saw something on the news, and my heart was broken. It was a woman talking about her son, how he got killed. I was so hurt. And then she said his lover as well. And he said, what do you think was going to happen? Sodom and Gomorrah. What do you think going to happen? You're not going to be peaceful. You're not going to have a life and all that type of stuff. What do you think? I was so hurt and broken. Because not only I was grieving for my brothers and sisters that lost their life, because that could have been me, right? I was hurt that under attack, and then people looking at me because they knew I was gay. They were looking at me. You know what I'm saying? It's a small church, and I stood up, and my grandmother turned back, and I walked out. That was the first time in history that I walked out of True Church Homeless. I walked out because I felt that I was under attack. Get delivered, y'all gay, level lifestyle, looking at people looking at me. And I said, I stood up, my grandmother looked at me. She was an usher. And she put a look, and I just walked out. And I went back to Jonathan's house. And it was just a relationship just started to crumble. It just started to crumble. This was before the bipolar library, all of that. This was all of that. And so one day, I moved. Jonathan leaves Chicago. He said, Marquise. I said, yes, I'm leaving Chicago. I'm moving to Dallas to move in with Theo. I said, you leaving Chicago? I said, oh, okay, man. All right. You should come to. No, man, I ain't coming to no Dallas. I don't know nothing about no Dallas. I'm Chicago. I'm Chicago. I don't know nothing about no Dallas. So I didn't think Jonathan. I said, you ain't leaving. You lying. So Jonathan, one day, he packed his bags. I said, you lying. I didn't believe it. So I went to work, and just one day I came back to the apartment. He was gone. I remember Theo came the night before. Y'all gonna see Theo on the show. Theo came the night before, and I was like, hey, Theo, you here? Blah, blah, blah. We were flirting, messing around. I said, you coming here? And I'm coming to pick up Tank. I said, Tank ain't going nowhere. So I went to work, came back home. Tank gone. He in Texas. He left the apartment to me because he said, well, see if you could have the apartment by yourself. I said, okay. So I didn't qualify. I didn't have enough income to go. And that apartment was just was in a disarray because it was in a disarray. Like it was like stuff everywhere because Tank left everything in the apartment. And so when I left the apartment and moved back with my grandmother, I didn't clean it because it was just too much junk. So I just got my bags and I went back to Chicago, went to 6531 South Justine. Everything somehow was going good. I was back in the church a little bit. I was setting the lifestyle. My grandmother said, you can't serve too massive. In my house, you go on to church. I said, okay. And then my grandmother, she got a little bit older. And so I started bringing my company over, started doing my show in the attic. I would bring different people in the attic to do my show. I was doing my show in my attic, bringing people in there. And so my grandmother, she stopped being as strict because I was an adult. She just let me do my thing. I was bringing my guests in the attic, smoking in the backyard, all type of stuff. And then one day I met Armand. Like I just saw him on Facebook and we connected. And we would talk on the phone. He, all on the phone, and we talk for hours. And we talk about his dreams. I talk about my dreams. And so one day, you guys, one particular day, I was not sleeping. And then one day left to 2 days. And the next day it was a week, almost 2 weeks of not sleeping and eating. All right. I just felt weird. I couldn't put a number. I just felt weird. I was talking too much. I was talking loud. I was trying to I was doing everything, trying to fix my grandmother's house. I thought my grandmother had dementia. I really just was losing my mind. Right. And then one day I was, right. One day I just started cussing, going on my Facebook. And I went to my uncle's house and I talked to Sister Wright, my auntie, the first lady of True Church. My uncle wasn't there. And we were talking and I said, my grandmother going through a lot. Her house is raggedy. She need help, And she was like, well, Melvin ain't going to accept this. I said, okay. And I cried. And Anita, she embraced, I cried. I was so hurt. I was lost. I needed help. So cried. So Melvin, Bishop Cartwright, my uncle, comes in the house and he brought some contractors here, and that triggered me. And the reason why it triggered me because I'm like, your grandmother's house is full of rats and roaches, and your mother's house, full of rats and roaches, is falling apart. And you mean to tell me you can't help assist? You said you ain't got it, but yet you get your house remodeled. I mean, new hardwood floors, getting your kitchen remodeled, your bedroom remodeled, all this stuff. And so me and my uncle, we argued. Now, we never argued before. Never argued before. We had disagreements, but never like a full-fledged argument. And so he called my cousin Melvin Jr. He called him out of his room. He said, Melvin, he said, see Marquise out. My uncle kicked me out of his house. And so I came out, and at that time wasn't close, really like with my mom. Like I was telling my mom, I said he kicked me out, and I was cussing, I was crying, wasn't making sense. I was just upset. Like I was crying. I was upset. So I get back in the Uber, went back to my grandma's house, cried. And my grandma was upset. What are you doing, Marquise? Blah, blah, blah. I was crying. I was upset. And my sister Tamara, I just broke down in tears. She said, Marquise, what's wrong? Don't cry. I was so hurt and lost. I didn't know at the time I was manic, and I pretty much lost it. I was not the Marquise, the choir director. That mental illness was just there. It was there. And I didn't know at the time. I had a mental breakdown, didn't even know it. And so the next day, wasn't sleeping and eating, just up. I wanted to have Patrice's kids for the taxes. I was just all over the place. So I went home. I took my TV, gave it to Patrice. I said, I want to claim your kids for tax. She said, okay, you can do it. They're your god kids, whatever. So I went to my aunt to do my tax. She said all the money I would get, and it was the highest ever, was over the place. Then I went back home. I was cussing. I was blasting people on Facebook, blasting my uncle on Facebook, blasting them all on Facebook, cussing them out. And so they would tell my grandma, put that stuff down. And I would call it. And then one day, my grandmother, she went to Ollie Williams' house. And I know my grandmother didn't have insurance. And I said, that's dangerous, Grandma. You ain't got no insurance. And you driving around a guy with autism. That's dangerous. You shouldn't do that. So I reported Ollie Williams to DCFS. I reported her to DCFS. And the way I reported her was so in detail that they came that same day to her house. Social workers came to her house to question her. And Ollie Williams, I'm going to tell you this before I got to Dallas, but I'm telling it all. So Ollie Williams called Bishop Cartwright. Bishop Cartwright came to my grandma's house and said, why would you call DCFS on Ollie Williams? I said, I don't give a F about no Ollie Williams. My grandma should be working with her. She too old to be working, driving without no insurance. Look at her house. You won't be do crap for her. When the last time I start cussing him out? You supposed to be a bishop, blah, 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 blah. I mean, cussing him out like he was a stranger. Okay? So they called my mother. Said, can you talk to Marquise? So I called, she tried to calm me down, talk to me. I cussed her out like a dog. Then we started cussing out. And I was trying to, at that time, I was in University of Phoenix. I'm trying to get my degree, my bachelor's in criminal justice. And I'm trying to do that and couldn't focus on that, cussing. So she came upstairs, I was cussing her out. And she said, and my mom called the cops. So the cops came to the house. Boom, boom, they came to my room, a lot of them upstairs. And they said, Marquise, they want you to leave. I said, leave. I'm a resident here at 6531 South Jersey. They said, can I see an ID? I gave him my ID. I gave him my social security card. I gave him my paperwork. I gave him my mail. I said, I am a resident. Unless she legally evict me, I'm not going anywhere, sir. And I also looked at them. She said, why y'all not escorting him out? I said, sir, we can't escort Mr. Wiley out. He is a resident here. If you want him to leave this house, you all will have to evict him. That was the first phase they came in. Boom, they left. Then I'm cussing. I'm on Facebook cussing. The bishop come back to the house. He called the cops. And there's about 6 or 7 police officers show up. It was more police officers show up. They come in. Oh, Mr. Marquise, can you come out for a walk? Just go for a walk. I said, sir, are you on arrest? They said, no. I'm a resident here. And they said, we can't arrest him. So the police there and they're in the living room. I'm just in the bathroom cussing them out. You bees and blah, blah, on Facebook, just getting all these views. And the police was like, y'all mean to, my uncle kept saying, y'all can't arrest him and throw him in jail. He said, sir, Marquise is not committing a crime. Your mother is safe. Your mother is sitting here. He's not harming your mother. Only thing he's doing is cussing on his Facebook page. We cannot arrest him. Okay. They leave. Then they called the police again and more police officers. This time, the white shirt, the sergeant show up. He get tired because the police would keep calling. Oh, and then I start calling the police and the ambulance and the fire trucks. So the sergeant come from District 7. He come in the house. He say, okay. Told my mom, come here, Sheila. You got power of attorney over Marquise. Yeah. No, you do. You got power of attorney over him. Oh, yes. I have power of attorney over him. Do you want him to go to the mental hospital? Yes. Okay. All right, Mr. Wiley. Yes, sir. You are now under arrest. You're going to St. Bernard Hospital. I said, sir, she don't have order of protection. You be, and I said, Mom, you ain't got no order of protection. You be, you ain't my mama. You an H. I cuss her. You be, cuss her out. So I calmed down. The police officer, about 6 of them, they were huge, because I'm a big guy. They were huge. Had on my CNA uniform. They stood me up. They arrested me. They put the handcuffs up, put me in a paddy wagon. They drove me to St. Bernard Hospital. They drove me to St. Bernard. My mother came. And I still got some sense. I'm a little, but I still knew my rights. So I'm in there with the nurse. And I told the nurse, I said, that blood pressure not going to work because you ain't put it on there right. Because I've been a CNA at the time. I knew how to put on the blood pressure right. She ain't want to listen. Oh, you crazy, you know. And so, I got to put it on. It ain't on here right. And the police officer looked like, how did you know that? I said, because I'm a certified nurse assistant. So she put the blood pressure on there right. And she told the officer, take the handcuffs off. He's not a threat. Take the handcuffs off. So they took the handcuffs off. And so they put me in a room in St. Bernard Hospital. I remember it was like 6 different rooms with glass. And it was six different rooms of glass on there, 6 different rooms of glass. And so I was talking to the residents, I was talking to the people there. And so the lady said, you need to calm down, they're gonna keep you here. I said, okay, I listened to it. She told me some tea. A black woman said, just stop, or they're gonna keep you here. So the doctor and the social worker came, even before the doctor, the social worker came. They said, what's going on? Do you have a mental illness? I said, no. Have you ever been arrested? No. I said, sir, I am a certified narcissist. I'm registered with the state of Illinois. I said, my family, they're crazy. They're possessed by devils, right? They're crazy. We having a family disagreement. So the doctor, and I said it's illegal. And I said my mother don't have order. She don't have things over me. I'm in my own mind. She's not my power of attorney. She's not that, right? So they researched, and the doctor said, release him. He did his hands like this, release him. So they put it in the paperwork. They released me that same day. First of all, I was able to stay there for dinner. I ate dinner, and I left. They released me. They gave me a bus card. I'm my mind. So I was like, I couldn't ride on the bus. So I got the bike. In Chicago, they got the bikes in Chicago. I don't know if y'all remember that. You got to be in Chicago. They got some bikes in the hood where you get a bike. I think you can pay $1 or $2, whatever. You can pay money to get the bike, to ride the bike. So I got the money and I just got on the bike and I'm just riding the bike. And like, if the sun is down, I'm riding like it's daytime. My mind just, well. So I go back home, grandma back home. My sister at the time, my baby niece, she was just born down there. So I go upstairs, open my Facebook, cuss out the church again. This time it's worse. I dragged them for filth. Cuss out. I was naming names, cussed them out. Because my sister, she just told me that Charmin molested her. And so I was saying his name, posting his picture, just drag. So they bombarded my grandma with a phone call. And my grandmother said, Marquise, get off that Facebook. What are you doing? I said, Grandma, I'm okay. I'm doing what's right. They was wrong for what they did. I said, Grandma, I'm gonna stop. And when she left, I got back on the Facebook. I was up all night on the Facebook, dragging them almost 24 hours. So I get off the Facebook. Morning come. I'm cussing out my mom. She comes. She said, Marquise, you gotta leave. I'm cussing him out. You gotta leave. So the police come again. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I went to the hospital, they said you can get an order of protection to get him out. That came up, order of protection, emergency order of protection. But they said, okay, or you could put him in the hospital. So we just put it, she said, they saw I was in the hospital, but they came back again. They said, y'all need to do an order of protection. You need to go to the courthouse and get an order of protection, and that would be able to get him out. Because if you try to evict him, that's going to be months to get him out the house. You can get him out immediately. She's grown. He got on Facebook. And so I cuss. So my grandmother leave. They come pick my grandmother up. They say, okay, Marquise, we're going to take grandma to her auntie. Grandma was like, I'm going to my sister's house. This is too much. The devil is busy. So they pick my grandmother up. Some told me go down. So I'm going down. So I'm talking to my friends downtown, eating lunch. I was downtown all day. I didn't even know that I'm my grandmother in court and they're getting an order of protection against me. But I'm down. I don't know nothing about it. So I'm downtown and my sister called me. She said, Marquise, where you at? Come home. We need to see you. I said, B, don't call me, you B. I cussed her out, hung up. And then the sun was down. I said, oh, okay, it's time to go home. Went home. So I was holding my niece. My sister said, give me back my door. Don't hold my door. I said, you stupid B. I cussed her out, my sister out. And so my sister, she called Melvin. And Melvin showed up. And one of them voices said, he about to come and do something to you. So I called the cops. So the cops show up. So Melvin show up, Bishop Conway show up, then the cops show up. Shortly after that, the cops show up. And I was recording. The cop says, I'm under arrest. I'm under arrest. And they said, Mr. Wiley, we have order protection. Then the officer said, you can't record. Oh, I can't record you. So I turned the phone off. You have order protection, meaning you have to leave the premises right now. Come outside. So they told me to come outside. And I said, can I record this? And then the officer said, okay, let me get my body camera. So he turned his body camera on. We outside. I got my phone on. He got his body camera on. He read the order of protection paperwork. He read the paperwork. Said, I can't be around this distance around my grandmother. I have to leave the house right now. I said, right now, right now. I said, can I get my clothes? He said, you can get your clothes, but we stand here and you got to leave. So I get in the house. I call my friend that was a co-host of the Wiley Show when I did my radio show on Blog Talk Radio. I called her. I said, can I come stay with you? My family's kicking me out. And so she said, yeah, bring your microphone so we could do a show. I said, okay, I'll bring my microphone. So my bishop, he was like, is he going over to Patrice's house? He shouldn't be going over no Patrice's house. She's the to the church. I said, I ain't going over Patrice's house. You be cussing my uncle out, right? Police said, calm down, Mr. Wiley. Stop cussing. I said, okay. We get on my nerves. Get that B out of my face. Okay. So they said, get your stuff, Mr. Wiley. So I get my stuff. I grab my microphone, grab my lights. I go to the train, and I'm crying in the train station. I'm just crying like a baby. They kicked me out. I'm homeless. And one of the dudes said, man, get over it. It's going to be okay. Get over it. I've been home long while. Get over it. Get over it. Stop being weak. So I stopped crying. And so I get on the purple line, go to my friend's house, and we do a show. And she tried to sleep with me. I couldn't sleep with her. Like, she really was attracted to her. I wasn't attracted to her. She was trans. I wasn't attracted to her. So one day my mom called. I called my mom. She called, and we cussed each other out. I said, it was so loud. I didn't know how loud it was. Me and my mother I was cussing her out like a dog. She was cussing me out like a dog. A dog. Okay. We were cussing each other out like a dog. Like, you'd have thought that. Okay. So she was trying to help. And then Tank called me. Oh no. Wait a minute. Before that, Armand called me. I was at the precinct. I was at the jail precinct on my way to the train, but I stopped there to do something. I don't know why I was at the police station. I think I was trying to get my stuff from my grandma's house to bring to my. Oh yes, I was trying to get my stuff to go back to my friend's house, but I couldn't go to my grandma's house without a police escort. They said in the court documents they allowed me to go get my items with a police escort. So I'm at the police station, District 7. So I called Armand Wiggins, and you all will see tomorrow when my mother. I'm gonna restrain my mom in our conversation, but I called Armand. He said, "Yeah, what's up, girl?" I said, "I need you to interview me." He said, "What's going on? The church, they're against me. This. And he said, "Okay, you sure you're gonna interview on Facebook?" Because he had a Facebook show. I said, "Interview me, skip them bees, they hoes," and I was cussing them out. He said, "Okay, I'll interview you." I said, "Okay." So I go back to my friend's house, cussed out my mom, blah, blah, blah. Jonathan calls me. And he said, "Girl, are you on drugs?" I said, "No, I ain't on drugs. I forgot. I had bronchitis. Okay, I had bronchitis. So I couldn't hardly talk. Like, my voice was gone. It was all that yellow mucus and stuff. And then when y'all see the court documents, you will see Marquise asked for money. I was asking for my grandma for money because I needed my inhaler. I had all that yellow mucus all in my body, right? And so one day my friend was like, "You need to go to the hospital. You're not well." So I called the ambulance. They came and got me. We tried to record. They said, "You can't record us." I go to the hospital, and I'm cussing out the doctors. I go live. And then my cousin, Nishanta, she was in there. I cussed out Nishanta, cussed out like a dog. I said, cussed out the dog. They said, "You got to leave the hospital." I said, "It's against pressure. So you want me to, I'm going to call the state. I'm going to call the state right now. You kick me out. I'm going to call the state. This is illegal." And so they brought the administrator of the hospital. They brought the security. And so they called the police, said, "You have to leave." So the police came, and my cousin, Nishanta, she called the hospital and said, "He have a mental illness, keep him there." And the police, and they said, "Hold him right there." And the officer said, "You can't keep him. Why are y'all keeping him? Let him, he want to go. We're going to let him go. Okay." They said, "This is fine. We're going to let him go." So they let me go. They drove me to the train station. I went back to my friend's house. And that's when Jonathan called. Yeah, Jonathan called me. And he said, "Girl, are you on drugs?" And I told him what's going on. And he said, "Do you want to come to Texas?" I said, "Yeah, I'll come to Texas. I ain't got nowhere to go." I couldn't hardly, "I'll come to Texas." He said, "Okay, I'm going to send you a plane ticket." He called me, "I can't afford a plane ticket. I'll send you a bus ticket to Chicago. I mean, to Texas. I said, send me a Greyhound. So send me the information. Went to land, packed my stuff up. They would allow me to go back to Chicago one last time to get my items from grandma. I was able to grab what I was able to grab. And I went to Dallas, Texas. I went to Dallas, Texas. I was on the Greyhound bus for Dallas, Texas. And on the Greyhound, give me a sec. It was a song that I want to give credit to. Let me see if I can find a song. I want to see, because let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I found it. Hold on one second. It was a song. Hold on, let me see. What's the name of that? Oh, hold on. Hold on. I want to make sure I get that song. I want to make, because it was a song that, because it was a movie that I watched with Robin Townsend called Of Boys and Men. It's called Of Boys and Men. The name of the movie is called Of Boys and Men. Of Boys and Men. And it was a particular song in that movie Of Boys and Men. Angela Bassett actually played in the movie. Make sure y'all go watch that, Of Boys and Men. So, but it was a song in the movie that always used to make me cry. And so I just Googled that song, and the name of that song is called For a Reason. And it was written and performed by Gene Baylor. Okay. So the name of the song is For a Reason. So I played that song over and over, and I was crying. Like, here I am. I was crying. I was listening to the song in tears, hurt. I'm at the bus station, finally in Dallas, Texas. Like, Tank didn't have a car. He was working. And so Theo had the car. And so Theo came and picked me up with his godson. And I was crying in the car. And I told his godson, "You're so lucky." He was about 5 or 6 years old. Crying. He cried. I was crying. I said, "You're so lucky." I've been there crying. I cried like a baby. And Theo didn't console me. He didn't know how, and went home crying again. And he said, "Well, that's Tank room right there." I'm like, "Okay." And I cried. And then Tank had a cat in there. And I hold the cat. I was crying. I went in that room and I was in the bed crying all day. Then Tank got off work. He said, "What's going on?" And I couldn't talk. I was crying and crying and crying. Didn't even shower. Tank All right. So, crying in the car. Y'all excuse me. Spectrum had an outage. Anyway, just crying in the car. Crying in the car. Just crying in the car. Theo got me. I'm in the house crying. So I get, and Tank was like, we talked, and I had my CNA license. I was able to transfer my CNA license. I'll transfer my CNA license to Texas. And I went to Madison on March, didn't have a car. I walked to Madison on March. But my CNA license didn't even transfer that way. Didn't even transfer. So I applied for, I said, sir, do y'all have a housekeeper job? They didn't hire me. And then like the next week, my CNA was on the registry in Texas. And I was able to, my first job in Texas was at the Madison on March in Carrollton as a CNA. And so I was working. So everything was good. I didn't have the bronchitis. I was able to get my inhaler. Everything was good. And then one day I went back to being manic. And I started just working 16 hours a day at Madison on March. 16. And I wasn't sleeping. So I went back to not sleeping. Not sleeping for a day. A day turned into 2, day turned into 3, day turned into 4, day turned into 5, day turned into not sleeping. So I would just work every day, 16 hours a day. So people, my coworkers, I started going off on my coworkers. They said, this ain't like Marquise, going off on my coworkers, talking belligerent. Because when you're manic, you over talk, like you talk a lot and really loud and belligerent. So I am talking out a lot, like just really loud, And one day, me and the nurse, we had got into it, and I never did this, never argued. Was cussing him out in the break, just cussing. So I wanted to report because like one of the CNAs reported me, said I didn't throw out the trays, I left the trays, and I start getting mad, and so she had a meeting with me. I said, okay, DON said, well, let's have a meeting. I said, okay, let's have a meeting. So me, the DON, the nursing manager, and myself was there. And the DON had a nasty attitude. Listen, let me tell you right now, your attitude, you changed. You need to sleep. You must have CNA burnout. I ain't know nothing about CNA burnout. I said, sis, you don't talk to me like that. You got to talk to me with respect. Don't do that. And I started breaking down in tears. I started crying and crying and crying. And I said, well, and they said, well, you need to go home and rest. So I go home. I know nothing about CNA burnout. Then I started researching CNA burnout, like caregiver burnout. And I saw like you going off on people, blah, blah, blah. So I Googled it and I called the police. I called the fire department and the fire department show up. I said, I got CNA burnout, caregiver burnout. I need help. I need help. I need help. So they was like, you have a show, you got microphones. I said, why don't the fire department said, why don't you drive yourself to Medical City? So I went to Medical City. This before the library, okay? Went to Medical City, cussing out the doctors, cussing them out, cussing everybody out, the nurses out, everybody. I'm just cussing them out. And so last thing I remember when I was at Medical City, they gave me a shot. They said, take this medicine, and it just knocked me out. When I woke up, I was at the desk at, what was that? Green Oaks Hospital, at Green Oaks. And I said, where am I? They said, you are at Green Oaks Hospital, psychiatric hospital or something like that. I said, a mental hospital? I said, I don't have a mental illness. Why I'm here? I'm leaving. I don't consent to this. They said, sir, you cannot leave. Let me show you this paper. I said, what paper? The state of Texas, we have a court order that you are a danger to yourself and others, and until the doctor clear you, you cannot leave. I said, what? I said, no, this ain't right. I said, I got to leave here. I ain't got no mental illness. Who are you? I ain't got no mental illness. So I go there. I'm in a mental hospital, and we there. I don't even remember the diagnosis. I don't know if they said I was bipolar or what. Wasn't really paying it no mind.
So they was like overcrowded. So I was there for a little while. They released me because somebody called. Oh, I knew somebody because at that time I was renting cars, and so this white guy, he lived in Plano. I gave his number. He talked to them and said he's not suicidal, he's not crazy. So they released me. Yeah, they released me with no diagnosis. They released me because he got on the phone and said he don't have a mental illness. He's a good guy. I work with Marquise a lot. He's a great guy. He was a white guy. And I just had his number. We just built a relationship because I rent cars through him. And we just would talk about politics and stuff like that. So, so he said, you're a good guy. So they said, okay, Mr. Wiley, we're going to release you. Thank you. So they released me. And I went back home, went back to work, and I called the state on Madison on Marsh. I called the state because they were doing a lot of wrong stuff. So everything that I found that was wrong, I reported the whole thing. I called the state, and it was a resident there. I'm not going to say her name because she passed. I said, I am her daughter. I disguised my voice as a woman. I said, my mother is there. I knew her birthday. I knew her age. I knew everything. And so I get a phone call from my coworker. Because at the time I didn't show up at work. I get a phone because I left and got another job. I got a phone because she said, Marquise, like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who you called, but the state is here. And it's 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. The state was here. Then they went to question the resident, and she was like, I don't know. I ain't even got no kids. Because one of the employees said to her that she threatened a patient. And so I reported it to the state and her name and everything. And so they came to the resident. They said, did she threaten you? Yes or no? And the resident said, yes, she did threaten me. So they escorted her out. They brought the cops. It was in the middle of the night. I mean, the owners, everybody's at this place. The state called me. And I was at another facility. And I'm causing hell at that facility. I'm going to tell you that. So they called me on the phone. And she said, Mr. Wiley, I need you to come here. We need to get a statement from you. I said, I can't leave work. She said, Mr. Wiley, we need to talk to you today. I said, can't leave. And I put on speaker, and my supervisor at my new job told the boss that I'm talking to the state, and they thought that I was working as an undercover agent for the state. So they there. I never show up. And I get a phone. We have an emergency meeting at the new job, and they trying to act like, we're a good company. People was complaining, and I was like, what about the workers? What they're trying to be a union, and that's not getting paid right. And then one worker got up, she started crying, and it was just like I was leading a revolt in the company. So the director, this is a true story. The director told me to go downstairs, come to my office, and he wanted to get to the office. I was trailing behind him. We in the office, he said, you must leave the place immediately. You are fired. I said, okay, yes, sir. I said, why I'm fired? Because I'm the boss. I said, okay, I'm fired. I said, this is wrong. This is not right. But I want you to walk out the back door. I said, why can I not walk out the front door? It's because I'm black. Oh, because I'm black, I can't walk out the front door. No, it's not that. We don't want to disrupt our residents. We want you to go out the back door. I said, I'm not going out the back door. I came in the front door, and I'm going to leave out the front door. And so he called the police saying I'm belligerent and I'm trying to leave. And guess what I do? I get on the phone, and I call the police. So the Frisco police show up, and he was like, he's threatened. I said, sir, I have it all recorded. I showed the officer my file, record the entire conversation. So the officer said, okay. And I said, sir, is your body camera working? He said, yes, sir, it's working. I said, thank you, sir. So I said, I want to leave, but I must leave out the front door. He said, sir, you will leave out the front door. We will not allow you to leave out in the back door. I said, we came in the front door. You can leave out in the front door. I said, thank you. And I stood up and I walked out. I said, and I'm being ignorant. I'm the first black man being escorted by the police and not been shot. So police come, they escort me. It was a lot of them. Escort me to my car, get in my car, and I drove off. And I went back home. Still got the mental illness, right? Still, but when I went there, I was talking about unions. Y'all need to have a union. Like they didn't know. Like they was like, union, what's that? I said a union because I was in a union when I was in Chicago. I was in a union in Chicago. So I was talking that union talk. We need to strategize. We need to be a union. This is unfair. Blah, blah, blah. That was a threat to that company. So I get home, undiagnosed illness. I'm still manic. A manic activist. Still manic. Not help. So one day I went not eating and drinking, not sleeping. Up. And I had my own apartment. I had a 2-bed. Then my coworker, she couldn't find a place. I said, okay, yeah, I put an apartment in my name. So I went to the apartment complex. I got approved for the apartment. She had the money. She just got her taxes. She paid the rent for like 2 months. It was in my name, and I had 2 apartments in my name. I had 1 apartment in my name, and I had a 2-bedroom in my name. And then me and her fell out. I was manic. Then I thought that she was a drunk. Then maintenance people said she's cussing out the workers. Your sister, because I said that was my sister. Your sister, this is too bad, Mr. Wiley. You know, who is this lady to you? I said, oh, it's just a friend I'm helping out. She said, listen, I said, I know you're trying to help her out, but she's being interrupted. Like, you need to talk to her. So I talked to her. And then me and her fell out because she wanted to bring her boyfriend. And I disagree with her bringing her boyfriend. I said, you can't bring your boyfriend or your son. You know, you can bring your son because he's on the lease, but you're not. You can't bring it. That's the rules. She still was there, and I got mad. So I started saying that she tried to harm herself. So the police came, and we fell out. And then I told her, I said, you have to leave. You can't stay here anymore. You know, your son can stay here, but you can't. What you mean my son can stay here? Then her family got on the phone, said something wrong with why you just want her son, something wrong with you. You LGBT, you want to do something to her son, blah, 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 blah. So the police come and she leaves the place. They called the police and she left. She left the place. Yep, she left the place. And I never talked to that lady again. Her family took her to Mississippi. They took her back to Mississippi. So I was stuck with 2 apartments. I had a 1-bedroom apartment and I had a 2-bedroom apartment. I was stuck with an apartment. So I had a roommate at the time that I met via Twitter, and we still cool to this day. I said, come on with me. I'm manic. Don't do no background. Just come on with me. So we started having sex. And I said, we move into a 2-bedroom. He said, well, I'm going to be able to get on my feet, and I stay with you for 1 or 2 more months. I said, okay, move 2-bedroom. Then he finally leave the place, right? He finally get his job. He was finally able to get his own apartment. So he leave. And I said, man, I need help with this rent. So I go to Facebook, made a post, and then I go to Craigslist at the time, and it was a lady on Craigslist. She decided to move into the place. I just took a picture of her driver's license. That's it. Just took a picture of her driver's license, and she moved in. I didn't know who the lady was. She was a security guard, and she moved in. And then I wasn't sleeping. Everything was good. Then I wasn't sleeping, eating. Then one day, 2 day, week, and I would do my show. And then one day I would just have papers. And then one day I started going online, and I started watching Minister Farrakhan videos. I started seeing people get shot by the police, and I would watch it all day, just watching it all, not sleeping, not eating. I could see the bones in my body because the voices were telling me, oh, they trying to do something to your food, so don't eat it. So I wouldn't even eat it. So when my roommate, when she would go to work, I would be on Jack, and I would catfish heavy. So people were coming to my house left and right. I was just having sex with them left and wasn't even wearing no clothes. Open the door butt naked. They would come in. They would have sex with me. I wouldn't even shower. I may just clean myself and just bring these guys in over and over. They were coming in back to back because I was just so horny. I was just sex. So they come over, and so I'm not eating. Papers everywhere. So I had a website at the time, and I posted on my website, I'm running for the president of the United States, because in my mind, you should run for president. And I said, okay, I'm going to run for president. So I announced that I'm running for president, and I started dragging President Trump. I started dragging people, the government, posting conspiracy stuff. And one day I get a phone call. They hang up. I was like, what's going on? Then I called the Dallas Police Department. And I said, I'm Elijah Muhammad. I'm a Muslim. I'm part of the Nation of Islam. And I called them and they said, sir, stop calling the cops. Is it emergency? And I rebuked them. I said, y'all are devils. White people are devils. I called them about 5, 6, 8 times. I know back to back, just back to back. So I don't remember the police coming to the house, but I remember them having shotguns, guns blazing out. And it was about 9, 10 of them in my apartment. And I said, what are y'all here for? Y'all devils, y'all evil. They said, do you have a mental illness? Do you have a warrant? Or are you harming you? I don't want to harm nobody, but you the devil. I ain't gonna tell you nothing, you white devil. So I was calling them devils, and the police officer looked at, he said, he ran my name. He said, I have no more. He said, okay, Mr. Wiley, you be good, you be safe, or whatever he said. I said, don't tell me that you blah, 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 blah. I was cussing her. And so they left. All the officers left. And I said, who let him in? She said, I let him in, but they told me to be quiet, and they escorted me out the apartment. That's what my roommate told me. And so all the officers left. So then the voices, I'm hearing the voices prevalently, hearing the voices in my head. And paranoid, talking to the lady, I said, oh, she worked for the government. Something going on with her. She worked for the government. So she said, I'm going to take you to your cousin house. You want me to take you to your cousin house? I said, yeah, take me to I said, I don't trust it. You work for somebody. You work for the government. I ain't getting in your car. You devil. I start cussing her out. So she went to work. So I called the police again. I cussed them out again on the phone. So they just hung up. Dude. So I called, because at that time I used to do like Uber and Lyft. But I remember one of the clients, I used to get people numbers and pick them up and get money outside of Lyft and Uber, right? So one of the ladies I said, if something happened with me, you take down my information. She said, okay, I'll take down information. And so at that time, me and Brother Ben X, y'all know who brother, we used to talk, because he said he would take me to the Muslim, to the temple, to the Nation of Islam temple. But he didn't find out that I live far, and he's like, oh, I ain't gonna better come. I was like, okay, it's okay, brother. And so one day I just started DMing him on Twitter. And I said, I started my phone number. I said, you in danger. I'm in danger. I left him about 100 messages. Call the police again. They hung up the phone again. Because I kept rebuking them, calling them devils. And then I know that I was paranoid, because I remember it looked like every car was like slowing down. Everybody's like turning their head and looking at me. And I was like, oh my God, they after me. I said, oh, the government, the satellites after me. So I would sit down, I would walk. I would sit down, then I would walk. I was on the same block. And so finally I get to my cousin's apartment. I go upstairs to his apartment. And I said, I need you to be my press secretary. I'm running for president. I need you to be my press secretary. I'm running for president. Blah, 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 blah. He said, girl, give me your phone. I said, why are you taking my phone? He said, when the last time you took a shower? I said, I ain't taking no shower. The shower's, it's evil. I said, he said, why do you got my door open? I said, they're going to be looking at us from the satellite. I'm here to protect you. So he said, close my door. He said, take a shower. So I took a shower. He gave me some clothes, some army pants and a shirt. He said, I got to go to work. I said, okay, go on to work, blah, blah, blah. He said, don't, you be good or whatever, get you some sleep. I said, okay, yeah, I'm going to get some sleep or whatever, and I'm going to head back home. As soon as he left, I went to the apartment building. They have like a place where they have computers. I go there and I printed out the Honorable Elijah Muhammad pictures and Malcolm X pictures. And I started throwing the papers everywhere in the room, saying, y'all need to join the Nation of Islam. I don't know what really, I don't know why I was so Nation of Islam. Maybe because I was watching Farrakhan for hours and days. So I was throwing the papers up everywhere in the park. And then the library right there, the Timberland Library. So I walk into the library, and the voice says, she's saying something against you. That white lady said, ooh, she don't like you because you black. And I just start cussing her out. It said, sir, you got to leave. And I started throwing the papers and everything. And then it just said, look what they did to Emmett Till. They're going to do that to you. So you better do something. So I said, this is for Emmett Till. This is for Sandra Bland. This is for this person. This is for that person. I was throwing the computers. And I said, the security, I said, you put your hands on me, you devil. That'll be the last thing you do. And the security guard, he went back. He ran out of the library. Okay? He ran out of the library. Everybody ran the light. And then I broke the window. And an alarm. They called the police, meaning it was like a 45-minute rant. Like the police they ain't show up. The police didn't show up until I took my clothes off and got butt naked and started getting on cars and stuff. Then the ambulance showed up first, right? They show up first. They brought the ambulance, the fire truck. They said, "What is your name? Are you from Texas?" Well, he's got a Chicago ID. He's from Chicago. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Didn't say a word. And then one of the voices told, I just remember it being so clear. It said, "Run back home, go back home." So I was running butt naked, no clothes on, trying to run back home. And the police, I don't know where he came from. He just dropped in front of me. He said, "Freeze" or something. And I just charged it to traffic. Like the traffic is, I'm just trying, the officer right there. I said, "Run in that traffic." So the officer, he tased me. I was butt naked, tased me, and I went to the ground, chin first. Whoosh. My chin was bleeding, like it was bleeding. My stomach was bleeding, and I remember like meat was like hanging from my chin because I went hard because I was running fast, and I was tased, and I went down ground, whoosh. In the ambulance, he put the handcuffs, so they put me in the ambulance, and they put me to the hospital, and it was a disaster. I was cussing out the doctors, cussing out the nurses. I was cussing them all out. I said, "You ain't gonna put your hands on me, you devil." I said, "I don't want no white doctors. I want black doctors. I want black nurses." So they just found some black people, period. They got bought black security. And then one of the nurses said, "Sir," it was a white. I said, "I don't want," she said, "I need to fix your chin because you can get an infection." I don't give a F about it. I don't want your hands on my black body. B. I cussed her out. She said, "Oh, wait, it's your chin." So they left me in a room, and I see the computer. They said, they're watching you, so you need to destroy that computer. So I threw the computer from the wall. I threw it out. I destroyed it. And so the nurse came. She said, "What happened to this computer?" I said, "I don't know. You tell me." It was because I'm black. I must have did something to the computer. And I started cussing her out. So they said, "Hold him down." So they give me a shot. I don't know what was in the shot. And I must have been so high. And I started singing. I started preaching about Mrs. Farrakhan, about Jesus. Then I started preaching in the hospital, high, like on there. And then eventually I went to sleep. Yeah, I really went to sleep. And then I got transferred to Green Oaks. So I got transferred to Green Oaks Hospital, and I was there for a couple of days. Like they gave me, and then finally I was able to see a psychiatrist, and he told me, he said, "Marquise, you have bipolar with psychosis," something like that. I said, "What is that?" I said, "I'm not crazy." He said, "You have bipolar with psychosis. I'm diagnosing you with bipolar." I said, "Okay." I said, he started asking about my mom, and I told her how she would drink, and blah, 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 her mental illnesses. And I was like, okay. And he said, "You're going to have to take medicine for the rest of your life." And he said, and then our other session, he said, "Marquise, you're going to have to take the medicine and go to sleep." Because he said, when you don't go to sleep, you become manic. You have your breakdown. So he said, if you don't go to sleep, you don't take your medicine, you will have another breakdown. You may not make it from this other one. I said, "Okay, blah, blah, blah." And so I started doing a group, and then eventually I left. Everything was fine. I thought I was well. Wasn't hearing the voices, wasn't well. And they said, "Okay, you got to have the medicine, and you got to go to," they gave me a place to go to, right? Never went there. Forgot about it. Couple of months, couple of weeks, a month, maybe a month or two. Then the voice was back, and it was back stronger. I was able to find another CNA job. Everything was good. Then the voices started. And then one day I was in Carrollton, Texas. Was it Carrollton? It was in Carrollton. I know I was at the Green Line on the train. And some told me, "Why don't you just jump in front of the train? Just jump in front of the train." So, and then sometimes just call the cops. So I called the cops and telling them, first of all, I called the scheduler at the job and I said, "Hey, I want to commit, the S word. I want to end my life." It scared her. She called me and said, Marquise, what is going on? You're going to make me call the authorities. I started crying. I said, I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to jump in front of the train. So I called the Carrollton police. And so they show up. And I said, why don't you just take me out? Just take me out. I don't want to live anymore. Take me. He said, sir, I'm not going to take you out. He said, I'm going to get you some help. I said, okay. So he said, give me your bag. We're going to put you in handcuffs for your safety. And put me in a car. He drove me to some hospital. I called my mom. They was able to let me call my mom. So, Mom, I'm not well. I want to end my life. She said, what is going on, Marquise? What is the problem? I said, I said, I just don't know. So went there and I went back into the hospital. And this time I was fighting it. Like, there's nothing wrong with me. It was nothing wrong with me. I tried to escape. They put me in restraints. They put medicine, put me in restraints. I was in such a night. And then I was doing good. And then it came out. It didn't want to take it. And then once a couple of times I kept going to the hospital. Then one particular time I went to the hospital. And they didn't bring me to Green Oaks. They brought me to another hospital. That food was so delicious. I forgot the name of it. It's in my paperwork. Went to this other hospital. This hospital was different. You know what I'm saying? We was able to do group activity, play games, or whatever. It was really, really, really nice. The food, the breakfast, was everything. And they don't mind you doing double portions because they said I had a doctor's note because I said I gotta have because I finally was able to eat because at one point I wasn't eating. Then now my appetite came back because the medicine was working. So I was finally eating. And they was like, Marquise, take your medicine. And you know what I'm saying? Go to the thing. So then I had a YouTube channel and I started telling my subscribers I need to get my medicine. It was difficult. And then finally, an organization, I'm not gonna say the name of it, they recommended me to it. It's all the way out where I'm at. And I went there. I was 250 pounds. And they gave me the medicine, the Zyprexa. That was the first time I believe I was on Zyprexa and Benadryl at that time. But I remember Zyprexa. And it started to work. I was asleep, and the reason why I liked the Zyprexa medicine is because it made me dream. Like it made me dream. Yes, it increased my appetite because the doctor told me, Marquise, this medicine going to make your appetite increase. So make sure you walk every day. I was like, okay, I'll do it. I was 250 pounds. And I was dreaming. I used to look forward to taking the medicine to dream. And I would just have all type of dreams. It just felt good. It wasn't nightmares. It just made me feel really, really good. So I take it and start eating out. And then that's when the weight gain comes, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, but I started getting really, 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 really serious. And then, of course, I was on probation. But I was really serious with the medicine. I was on the medicine. And shout out to this person. Her name, I'm going to give them a shout out because this place saved my life. I went to the Bell, Bell counseling services. Went to the Bell counseling service. I forgot the lady name. Because of my lawyer made a deal. They made a deal with the prosecutor because this was my first offense. They said, hey, we're going to make a deferment. He got to pay back the $30,000. He got to take classes and everything. He got to take classes and everything. He got to make sure his mental health is good. If he do all of that, we will, you know what I'm saying? We will not convict him as a felony, with a felony. It was another option. He said, Marquise, well, you can also go to the mental health, go to a psych. They will put me in a psychiatric hospital. But he said, Wiley, we don't know when they can keep you there for a year, 5, 10. Is whenever them doctors say that you are sane to be out there in the general public. He said, I think you need to go with option 1 to pay restitution. I said, okay. I said, well, would I be convicted of a felony? He said, no. He said, as long as you stay out of trouble, you will not get a felony. It would be deferred, and then it would drop off you. I said, okay, sir. So my lawyer couldn't come for one of the hearings. So he got another lawyer to come. And so this other lawyer that came, his name was Steph, Sethafuller. It was a white attorney. He was in Denton. He said, I said, what's wrong? He said, I can get you a better deal. I said, I think this is unfair. You have the mental. I said, you have bipolar. You have the I don't think you should be. I don't think it's right that you have to pay back 30,000. He said, do you have 30,000? I said, no, sir, I don't have 30,000. And I said, no. I said, my lawyer, Mr. Williams, said this is what we have to do. He said, that's what you want to do? I said, yes. And so I was in front of the judge. He said, do you know what you've been charged? I said, no. He said, wait a minute, you don't know what you've been charged? I said, come here. He told the prosecutor. I said, okay. I said, yes, I know what I'm charged. He said, okay, I want to make sure. He said, before you have this, do you know what you're being charged with? Do you know what you're agreeing? Oh no, he said, do you know what you're agreeing to? I said, yes, sir. He said, my lawyer's place. He said, yes, sir. Okay. So they signed it, and it was 30,000. I was on probation. I had about 2 different probation officers. And it's just time my show started to take off. You know what I'm saying? People started to give more. And so every dollar, 5, 10, 1,000, 2, I just paid back the balance. And this was before the pandemic, right? Paying the balance off. And then I had to do community service. And so the pandemic hit. And so it was no community, everything was shut down. And so the probation, I heard that we can pay for our hour. And I said, is it? Because when I went to the food pantry place at this church, they said you can pay for an hour instead of doing a community hour. You can just pay the money. So I called my probation officer. I said, he said, no, that's only for people that only got like 6 months left to their probation. And he said no. And then I called, and then he called and he said, Mr. Wiley, I have good news. You can pay for your hours because they because of the pandemic, they're allowing it for all probation people to pay for the hours. So I just paid the entire balance off because my subscribers gave me the money. So every dollar they gave me, and I was working at the time, I had a job. So any money that I had combined with they were giving me, I paid off the balance. And then one day I thought I owed some more money, and the probation officer said, your debt, you are completely paid. You paid everything off. It's a zero balance. And so I researched on Google, and they said, if you can file a motion to get off probation early. I said, what, really? So I don't know what happened to my lawyer. I don't know if he stopped practicing. I couldn't get in contact with it. I said, okay. So I called another law office in Denton. I said, I told them about my case. They researched my case. I said, can you all file a motion? So I paid them about $2,000, $3,000 to file a motion for me to get off probation early. He said, yeah. He said, stay by your phone. You might have to go to court. And he called me and said, Mr. Wiley, good news. The judge approved it. You are off probation. And he sent me the court order that you just off probation early. Just off of it early. He sent me the letter. He emailed it to me in the judge's signature and everything. And I said, thank you, sir. He said, no, thank you. And that was it. You know, that's pretty much sums up like my story of what I've been going through since I've been here in Dallas. And, you know, it was a very traumatic experience, but I'm 32 years old. When that library situation happened, I was in my 20s, my mid to late 20s. I'm 32 now, and I'm mature now. I'm on my medicine. I am good. And so when people say, oh, he must be, I'm not manic. I know the signs of when I'm manic. I'm not manic. If I was manic, I wouldn't be sleeping for days. I sleep every day. Good. I take naps. You know, if I was manic, I would not be sleeping. I would be live for about 55 hours every day. Belligerent. I'll be talking about 65,000 topics. One be making no sense. I'll be putting ashes on my face. If I had ashes. And so I'm not manic. I haven't been manic in a while. It's been a long time since I've been manic. Have I been depressed some time in my past? Yes, I have, but I haven't even been depressed. I haven't been depressed in a long time, you know, like depression in a long time because, you know, I just kept busy. And I remember the doctor said, keep busy, Mr. Wiley. Just keep busy. And I started talking to this lady at Bell Counseling Services, and she helped me. I just couldn't afford to keep her because you have to pay for each session. But I love her, though. She was a great listener. She was giving me resources, giving me ideas. We were watching different videos and helped me out. And so I just started doing my show, being really, really busy and just doing my show, active in my show. And it like YouTube literally saved my life. You know, it kept my interest. And so I started doing a show, and the show took off, and it was great. Like it was really, really great. I'm much good. I have a great relationship with my mom, great relationship with my grandmother, with my sister and brother. No relationship with Bishop Cartwright. There is no relationship with Bishop Cartwright because everybody asked me, why are you not cool with Bishop Cartwright? Y'all were close. Well, I knew that it was a nail in the coffin because I have a video that I'm going to restream. I interviewed Mother Price and may she rest in peace. I didn't tell her that I was recording her. But I called her. I Googled FCHN. I found her number. And so I called Mother Price early in the morning. She said, what's going on, Marquise? I'm hearing something with you and your uncle. Like, what is going on? Like, Chin, that's our daughter. She told me, so like, what's going on? Like, what's going on, Marquise? So I told her, and I told her about the allegations that my uncle was telling about her, that her being a lesbian with Sister House and that they're being lesbian lovers. And so she said, Marquise, I didn't tell. One day, Bishop Melvin was getting me to, over the church, and I told my husband, I said, we got to go, we got to leave True Church. He said, yeah, we got to leave. No, she said, my husband said, we leaving True Church. We leaving True Church Holiness. She said, I'm leaving. I didn't know. And Mother Price said, I didn't want to leave True Church. I've been here all my life. Since the 70s, 60s, right? Late 60s, I didn't want to leave my church. I love my church. My husband said, you must follow your husband. He wanted to leave. So they left the church. But the way that my uncle spent it, that she left because she was difficult, she was messy, she wasn't listening, she was disobedient, and all these things. And Sister House was a member of the church, and she left. And so my uncle would go over the church and say that she left. She didn't want to sing because Mother Price, her lover, left the church. And so these are the rumors. And mind you, I was a teenager. And so I interviewed Mother Price. I recorded her conversation. And I leaked it to the public. And I sent it to all the old True Church of Holiness members, the members that's under Bishop Cohill. I Googled them all, sent it to them all. So I get a phone call from my sister. She cussed me. Why you call Mother Price? She didn't even know she was on there. I dragged my sister. I dragged her for filth. She dragged me. I dragged her. And my mom called. She said, Marquise, what are you doing? Take it down. I'm hearing. She said, my mom never called me. I gotta, because we went on talking terms. She never called me. We went on talking terms. My sister called me, but we went on talking terms. My grandmother didn't call me either because she went on talking terms with me. Nobody, but my sister did call. She was angry, and so my sister did like an Instagram video. I mean, I'm sorry, a Facebook video, and Kiosha came on the Facebook video. So my Mother Price didn't know she was being recorded. Why would Marquise record her? She didn't even know. And I said to my sister, I don't care if she knew or not, she was spilling tea. Mm-hmm. And so it embarrassed my uncle, all the church members. So I never knew this about my mom, like how my mom found out until she told me like last year. We were sitting down. She said, Marquise, she said, when you did that video with Mother Price, she said, my phone was blowing up. She said, old church members that I didn't talk to since in years, over 20 years, was calling my phone. And she said, my brother, Ronnie, which is my uncle, called me and said, Sheila, you gotta sit down. Like, it's stuff that hit the fan. So she called me. She said they called her and let her know. And she said, Marquise, I couldn't listen to it. And a lot of people said when Marquise said, he wasn't lying. How did Marquise know these things? And shout out to one of the members of the church, Mary House. She said, how did Marquise know these? He wasn't even born when this stuff was going on. How do he know this? She was the only person with sense that asked the $1 million question. Sheila, well, how do Marquise know these things? Oh, I don't know how you know. And then I went live. I know it because Bishop Cartwright told me the tea. He told me everything. We would gossip. He would tell me things about the members of the church, about Minister May, about sister this and so on, about brother so and so. He told me about Sherman, how he didn't sleep in the same room with his wife. That Bishop Cartwright, my uncle, he asked. We was in the car going to get some Dunkin' Donuts coffee. He had to church. He asked me, said, Marquise, are you gay? I said, why you asking me that, Bishop? Well, Sherman said you gay. So are you gay? Oh, no. He want to know, is Charmin gay? Let me get it right, Paul. He said, is Charmin gay? I said, sir, I don't want to answer that. He said, you was around him. He told me you were gay. So I'm asking you, is Charmin Blake Marlowe gay? I said, sir, I don't want to ask you. I don't understand why you don't want to answer that question. He told me that you were gay. So is he gay? I said, sir, I saw him with a feminine gay man, Bishop Thomas, is a bishop in Kojic Church, and he's around a feminine man. That's all I could share at this time. He said, okay. So we at the church, and Sister Williams, she have a refreshment area. They don't call it a candy store due to taxes, so they call it a refreshment area, right, for tax purposes. Anyway, she was we call it the candy store. She is in the basement. Sister Williams, she pulled me in the candy store. She said, I got one question to ask you, Brother Marquise. Is Charmin, she put her hands on her hip. She said, is Charmin gay? I lied for Charmin because that's my friend. I thought that was my friend. We were best friends. I said, no, Sister Williams, he ain't gay. I never said, see, I'm going to take your word because you was living with him. You was in Virginia. Okay. So I called Charmin. I was outside the church, 5735 South Indiana. Called Charmin. I said, Charmin, your grandmother asked me, is you gay? He said, why would she ask me that? He said, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like the bishop down here questioning me, like, you need to come back to Virginia. You need to come back to Virginia. Come on back. I said, sir, I'm going to try to come back. Because people forget that I used to live in Virginia. I used to live in Portsmouth, Virginia. But that's like a whole nother story about Portsmouth, Virginia, about how I was living there, got robbed at 7-Eleven, and I left to go back to Chicago. But I lived in Virginia. Right after I got out of the military, I was in Chicago a couple of days. I moved to live with Charmin, and I lived in the living room on a recliner seat. And, and I saw him with a feminine man. And I was like, why are you with that feminine man? I'm like, okay, I ain't putting no mind. I knew I was gay, but I was in the closet. And I was like, I think Charmin gay too. Because I remember when somebody tried to lick his ear, and I remember he wanted me to pull down my pants and show my pen, which I did. I was brick hard. I thought he was probably going to get it. So I said, he gay. But we never tried it with each other. I guess he was waiting for me to make the first move, but we never tried it. So he was dating a girl in the church in New Community Temple in Portsmouth, Virginia. He was dating a girl in the church. And so he brought her friend, and she was plus size. And at that time, I didn't like plus size women. And so I said, you plus size, you big. I'm not attracted to you. You too fat. And so she left, and she ran out of the apartment. She cried. She cried. Like I broke her feelings. Like I was so unfair. I didn't give a F. I was unfiltered. Young. I was 18, 19 years old. I was young. Okay? I had to be like 18, 19. It's something. I was young. This is before I met Jonathan. Because all that stuff happened there. So I came, so they came back. So her and the sister, she came back. And this time, I don't even remember her name. I think her name was Megan. I don't remember her name. So she came back to the apartment. And so Sherman go in the room with his girl, and he came back out. And then this time I said, you know what? F it. I'm going to kiss her. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. Like I was Googling stuff. So I said, I'm going to just go in. So I started kissing her, and I started getting hard, and I started licking her breasts. And so Sharon was like, well, let me see what Marquise is doing. Oh, snap. Like she was like butt naked. I was butt naked. Oh, what up? That's my boy. Blah, blah, blah. I was getting it in. Like he didn't want to get it in with her, to this girl. And now that I look at it, I see why. Like I was brick hard. Like I just said, I'm like, it is what it is. I was ready. And it was like, that was like my girlfriend in Virginia. Like she would come pick me up, whatever, take me to go for job interviews. And that was like that was like my girlfriend. We go to church, we would sit together in church and in Virginia. And everything was going good in Virginia. Like everything was going good. My uncle was mad because I snuck out of Chicago to move to Virginia. I didn't tell nobody. Didn't tell my grandma. She dropped me off at the bus station, but she didn't know. She didn't tell my uncle. So he didn't know until he called me. He said, you left and went to Virginia? I said, yes, sir. He said, why would you move to Virginia? I said, I want to be a man. I'm tired of living with my grandma. I want to be a man. Come on back to the church. We need you. I said, sir, I don't want to go back to the church. Ain't nobody at church. My friend is here. Nobody's there. I want to live my life. I want to be an adult, right? I want to pay bills. I want to be an adult. He said, okay, you don't want to listen. You hard-headed. It is what it is. So boom. So I worked. So I tried to get a job at Burger King. Never got a job because at that time, Charmin, Jasmine, Greg, they all was working at Burger King. I never could get a job at Burger King. So Charmin was a really good talker and a good flirt. He was really good with the manager at 7-Eleven. And she said, well, bring Marquise to 7-Eleven. And she said, okay, I got a job for you. You can work overnight. So I said, okay, cool. Working at 7-Eleven overnights. Everything going good, getting paid, getting a check, thing going good. Until one particular night, ding dong, a guy came in and he pointed a gun at me. Like one of my coworkers, she was in the back, stocking the freezer up, and he pointed a gun at me. He said, give me the money and give me a black. I knew what a black was, so I'm in the hood, so it was black amount. So I gave him a whole rack of the black amount. Every black amount I could find, I gave it to him. And he took it all. He took the money, and it wasn't a lot of money, maybe $30, $40 in there, because in in 7-Eleven, you have to put all the big bills in a system, like in a safe. Like you have a number, all the big bills. You cannot keep a lot of money in the registry. Anytime you get $100 bills, you have to put it all in a safe. So I put it, and I did everything that I was trained. So it was nothing but $35. So $35 got robbed, and it scared me. I couldn't do it. I said, no, man. And I called my uncle. He was at Bible study. I said, oh, I was robbed, blah, blah. He said, Marquise, don't worry. I'm preaching, Marquise. Like, it's going to be okay, blah, blah, blah. So the police come. I told that police officer, I said, sir, I'm from Inglewood, and I never been robbed by no gun. Here I'm in some hick town in Virginia. I went off in Virginia. And I said, can y'all please just close the store all day? So they closed it until the sun came up, and then we reopened it. And then I just never could go back to work. I was so scared. And then when I went back, I was scared. I said, I can't do it. I think he's going to come back. So didn't have a job. I left. And I told Sherman, I said, listen, I want to move back home. He said, oh, no, don't do it. So I stayed. And that's when his auntie, Patricia, child, his auntie, she is so messy. I didn't know at the time. Now I know. So his auntie would bring me over, feed me. She would say, oh, Marquise, I'm so happy you here. I'm happy, blah, 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 feed me, boom, 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 everything. Never asked her to feed me. She just said, come on, Marquise and Sherman, I'm feeding. I got a big meal. I ain't gonna eat all this food, so we eating. I'm thinking everything is good. Then she went off on Sherman, and Bishop Thomas at the same time. His son was in a car, and he said that Patricia is trashing Marquise and Charmin, just talking about them bad. And so it was on my voicemail, because somehow Charmin called me, and he didn't know it was on a voicemail. It was on my voicemail, and they were backbiting against me about Patricia was talking about me to the bishop's son, and he repeated it to Charmin in the car. So I reported it to Bishop Thompson, Mark Thompson. He's the bishop of New Community Temple right now. I told him, I said, hey, they backbiting against me. Like, what's going on? And he said, ain't nothing wrong with it. It ain't that bad. I said, okay. Then she brought Charmin some furniture. And this is when I didn't know that it was like family destruction, like family at war. I didn't know that. And so Patricia came, and she told Greg, do not pick Charmin up for work. He ain't nothing. Don't pick him up for work. He messy. So Greg did not pick him up for work. Then she brought him Charmin some furniture. Then she came back. She said, I want my furniture back. I want my couch back. I want my bed back. I don't like you, blah, 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 blah. I want it all back. And I'm like, what's going on here? I was confused. And so I said, you know what? I want to leave. And so I came up with, I had my last check, and I bought a Greyhound ticket. And Patricia was like, listen, I'm tired. I'm leaving New Community Temple, blah, blah, blah. This is too much. I'm leaving this, blah, blah, blah. And she dropped me off at the bus station. Her daughter, she's married. Yeah, she's married now. Her oldest daughter, she's married now, got kids. She said, okay, Marquise. She gave me a hug, and I left and went to Chicago. And back in Chicago, went back to True Church, back with my uncle. We was at Apostle Banks Church on the west side of Chicago, and we was in a restaurant, me and Bishop Cartwright. And we come out of the restroom, and he said, are you moving back to Virginia? I said, yes, sir, I'm moving back. I'm going back. He said, they don't want you back in Virginia. Patricia, the pastor, they don't want you. Patricia, they don't want you back in Virginia. I said, word, they don't want you. So you need to stay here in Chicago. I said, really? Patricia said that you didn't have no food, that you was begging for food, that you was hungry, that you was all these things, that you were hungry, you ain't had no food, you were broke. I said, really? But she said she cooked. I'm like, okay. And told my uncle all this stuff about me, just trashed me to Bishop Cartwright. Then my grandma said, don't go back. That's family going through. You stay right here in Chicago. I said, okay, I stay in Chicago. And so I get a phone call from like a clinic, or somebody called me and they said that Sherman got HIV and Marquise, you was his last sexual partner and you need to get tested. And I said, what? And so I called Sherman. He said, well, my auntie had her friend impersonate a doctor saying that I have HIV, and she calling everybody and saying that I have HIV, and they called you. That's why they called you. I said, bro, we ain't never had sex. And so I'm at True Church of Holiness. And I stood up in the church at testimony service. Well, we have testimony service, and then we have prayer request service, like prayer requests, where you give a prayer request. So I get up, I said, saints, I need y'all to pray for me. I get a phone call. They saying that Sherman had HIV, and they said I need to get tested. I said the devil is busy, and I sat down. So church is over. So we go home, 6531 South Justine. My grandmother comes with me. We at home. She walks upstairs. She said, Marquise, why would you share that over the church? You shouldn't have said that. I said, Grandma, but they called me. No, some stuff you don't share. I thought you were supposed to tell us, oh, you shouldn't have shared that, Marquise, blah, blah, blah. You shouldn't have did that. I said, okay, Grandma. So I went to bed. I didn't know what was going on. And so that pretty much, what happened to the entire situation. Like, it went on that way. Like it really went on that. Oh, and see me, I was, people ask me, why did you and Sherman like broke up, like y'all had issues? This before my sister told me what Sherman did to her. So me and Sherman, I was a YouTuber. And so this is way back in the day. And so he would do videos with me. He would do videos with me in Virginia. And so my uncle would call, y'all need to stop doing them videos. That's the devil. And so nothing on, we did the videos, and I moved back to Chicago. So one of the females that Sherman was dating, they researched me and they found him doing videos, and I was in a gay lifestyle. And they were saying, you gay, why would you do videos with Marquise or whatever? These are the videos. And Sherman called me, he said, well, can you delete those videos? I said, bro, I delete the videos. There's no problem. Delete. So I deleted the videos. And then Sherman just started distancing himself because I was out of the closet. This time I'm out of the closet. And then me and Sherman also fell out because Sherman's manager was gay. And I went through his friend list and I just saw this gay guy, and we just started talking. And so when I moved to Virginia, I invited his manager to hit the house. And we was doing stuff. We were getting it in. And Sherman was like, I don't want him here. I don't agree with this. This is my job. I was like, okay. And so that's where me and him kind of like fell out, because even though he was in the gay lifestyle, he was in the closet. And so he never wanted to be open. I wanted to be open. I just got tired of hiding. It was getting too much hiding. I just wanted to be out. I just got tired of saying I was delivered and I wasn't delivered. I wanted to be out of the closet. I just got tired. So I started doing a show and I started going to house parties and blah, blah, blah. And then that's when my sister told me what happened with her, what she told me about Sherman, and that provoked me. So out of all this stuff, you guys, this is like pretty much sums up my story about, it's a mixture of family dysfunction mixed with church dysfunction and all this stuff. And Charmin, he's doing good, even though he touched my sister. But he's married to his second wife. He's married to his second wife. He finally have a child. And he's a predator. He's a sheriff. He's a police officer actually in Virginia. And I never forget it. And I always share this story. And I've been sharing this story for years. And I said, I've been saying it for years, and I'm gonna never stop sharing it because I will always share it. I always say I'm always gonna share this story. And I told my uncle about it. He said, Marquise, you don't know what we did about it. You talk too much. You don't know how we handled this situation. Let God. I said, listen, he committed the crime. The cops should get involved. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I knew me and my uncle, we just fell out. We have bad history. And that's why my uncle don't sue me, because everything that happened, I can back it up. I remember, this is my last story, that Patrice, the woman that I had sex with, I went to the military. I went out to the military, right? And so I came back and Patrice was pregnant with twins. So they said, oh, them Marquise babies. I'm saying, no, they made my babies. They made my babies. So I didn't come in her. And I knew it for a fact. I didn't come at this time. I came the first time, but the second time we had interaction, I didn't come. So I know that one. So now I made my babies. And then somebody told me, they said, Marquise, that's Sir Steven, because Sir Steven went over there and he screwed her after you went to the military. He screwed her. I said, Sir Steven, he only like 15 years old. And he attended Chicago Military Academy with me. He attended Chicago Military Academy. When he graduated, he went to military school. I kind of helped him get in. I told him, like, you should go to Chicago Military. It's a good academy. So he was there. He was about 14, 15 years old. I remember he was a freshman. And so he screwed Patrice, and Patrice was a grown woman. She was almost 30 at that time. She was almost 30. And she was pregnant by an underage boy called Sir Steven. So Dinetta, Sir Steven's mother, they had a meeting in Bishop Cartwright's office. Oh, before that, Bishop asked me, he says, them your babies? I said, Pastor, them is not my babies. That's Sir Steven babies. So I told him, I was the first, I said, them Sir Steven babies, word on the street, everybody tell them that's Sir Steven babies. And when them babies came out, it looked just like Sir Steven and that family, okay? They look nothing like me, okay? So they had a meeting at the True Church. It was Sister Dinetta, Patrice, and Sir Steven. Sister Dinetta told Bishop, I want Patrice to go to jail. What she did was statutory rape. I want her to go to jail. Bishop Cartwright told Dinetta, no, let's not do that, because what about her children? If she go to jail, her children will go to the state. She said, I don't care about that. She committed a crime. And so Dinetta was talked out due to her mother being in the church, Sister Bella. They talked her out of pressing charges against Patrice. So Dinetta, from that day, she left the church and never went back. She don't even come back and visit. She left the church and never went back. Patrice, well, Wiley, how do you know this? Patrice called me. She said, Marquise, are you free to talk? I said, yes. She said, I had a meeting with Bishop, Dinetta, and Sir Steven. He's the father. And she wanted me to go to jail. And I told Bishop, I'll just go to jail, whatever. I'll just go to jail. I'll just go to jail. And Bishop was like, no, he got kids. I said, wow, this a lot. And I told Bishop, I said, what happened? I said, he came over my house. I let him screw. He screwed, Sam screwed, the man screwed, but he screwed me, and it's his baby, right? Because she was just screwing underage guys in the church, and she screwed Steven and got pregnant. I said, wow. She said, this was all when you was in the military. I said, thank God I was in Fort Benning, Georgia. Because I couldn't want to have no kids with her. She a little bit slow, and she always gossiped with my baby sister. My baby sister was about like 6. How old was Tamara? She was young, right? She would tell Tamara everything, how good I was in the bed. I'd be a good for how big my pink. To my baby sister, she would just have, like, my sister wasn't even grown. Like, she was still a kid. She would have all type of conversation with my sister, right? I said, she trash. I ain't never dealing with her again. And then when I went and dealt with her again, it was terrible. She was lazy in bed. She just stayed missionary. And then all her kids, they were babies, and they was coming in the room. And she's like, come on, let's do it. Don't worry about the kids. I said, listen, I can't do this. She said, what you mean you can't do this? I said, listen, you got kids. Like, your kids is here. Like, call me when they not here. They ain't gonna be here. I'm the only parent. I said, just come on. I really need this. I said, I can't. I'm on soft. Like I had on a condom. I just couldn't do it. I just can't do it. Like it's kids. I mean, kids everywhere. I said, I just could not. I said, I can't get her heart. It's just too many distractions. I can't do it. So she said, okay, let me put the kids in the living room. Put the kids in the living room. They banging on the open the door. I said, listen. I said, I pulled up my pants with the condom on my peen, pulled up my pants, walked out, and that was it. That was the last interaction I had with Patrice. I pulled my pants up with my condom on. I left out, and yeah, and so that's pretty much what happened with me and Patrice. It was that pretty much what happened. That's why me and her kind of stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. I just dodged. Literally, God just had me to dodge a bullet with her, and so I went on, and that pretty much happened. So yeah, yeah. So that pretty much like to sum up my story. It ain't everything I'm sharing, but stuff that I do want to share. And my bishop, when I was sharing the story about Sir Stephen, I posted on my Instagram, on my website at the time, and that's when me and him fell out. I told somebody I don't believe Bishop will ever talk to me again. I don't think he would ever call me or text me again. I don't think so. I don't think Bishop Cartwright will ever talk to me again. And so they reported my Facebook. My Facebook page was gone. All the videos is gone. I've been talking to Facebook. Now, somebody said it's still on Facebook database. Whenever you become famous, they will expose it. I said, okay, come on Facebook every day. If anybody in Meta can really give me that Facebook, I would love to get, because it's all there. Them Facebook lives is everything. Like, they were iconic. Armand, I believe, remember some of those lives because we were close. So when Armand goes around the internet, he act like, he don't know Wiley. He don't know the Wiley Show. We ain't never friends. Like when he say this, bruh, we have history. I've known you for years, since 2012, 13. I've known, Armand. And once we started to get popular on YouTube, and once I started to tell people, he went and deleted all the Facebook videos with me and him in it. Okay, I think my internet came back. Child, Spectrum is a mess. Hold on one second. Spectrum is a mess. Okay, we back.
All right, so we back. So he went all and deleted the videos, and then his friend that you see on YouTube right now, he started like the Surviving Wiley, and Armand gave him he gave him the videos with my mother, and when he interviewed my sister, he gave him the videos, and he was explaining. I said, wow, and I said, can I get those videos for my documentary, because you have a very pinnacle point, because you interviewed my mother, you interviewed my sister, you interviewed me when I cussed my sister out. It was a part of the interview, and this is nothing against Armand. So Armand, don't get mad. I'm just sharing my story. Let me explain, and I know you can go on station and you can explain. Because I told Armand, let me say it again, because I don't want my fans to drag him. I asked Armand on the phone in Chicago to interview my family. I told him to interview him. So, no, interview me. I'm sorry. Let me reword it. Interview me. I said, interview me. So I was on there. I was crying. Armand was laughing because he thought it was funny. I had to sell my body. I was not well. And so I cussed my mother out then for a whole hour. So my sister come in, and Tamara, they said Tamara was in the chat. And so Tamara, she come on the live, and then my mother come on the live, because the reason why I think Armand really interviewed them, because it was another woman, Kelly Mizrahi at the time. She was a Mizrahi. She said, okay, Mama Wiley and Tamara, y'all come on my show. So Armand was like, oh, Kelly, girl, you tried it. So Tamara came on, and my mom came on, and they was explaining what really happened with the downfall. And my mother, I remember when she said in the interview, she said, Marquise was never a problem child with me. He was always a child, the good child. I just don't know what happened with Marquise. I don't know what happened. Then my sister said Marquise went to a show. He tried some weed, some type of drugs, and they put it out there. And Armand did not know all the details of the situation. He was in a family beef, real beef, and it was on Facebook. And he interviewed, and he said, you know, me and Marquise is friends, and he's a sweet guy. And we talked, and it was a lot that he shared in the interview. And so when he shared that, I was angry at Armand, so I went live. I trashed Armand. So for that point, me and Armand Wiggins were good. I think from that interview, I trashed Armand, and I haven't stopped trashing him since. And this is going back in 2016, and we're in 2023. So when he interviewed them, I trashed Armand, cussed him out, said he can't be, he's a snake. Why would you interview my mother? Why would you interview my sister? You a clown. You a snake. And every day we clown. You mean Kelly is Kelly from House of Gorgeous Gucci, but she wasn't that then, Justice. So she was Kelly Mizrahi. I'm going all the way back when she was a Mizrahi, all the way back. She may be a Gucci now, but she was a Mizrahi then. So okay, cussing out. And so me and Armand, I was in Dallas, and then he interviewed me. And then I tried to get close to Armand and good. And then we had an exchange. He said, so every time I told her, I said, Armand, I wasn't well. He sounded like how you trashed me. And he said, every time you get sleepy, I should be prepared for a wear out. I started laughing. I said, no. And so we good. And then something happened with me. It was some success. I think I got on Chase in Atlanta. Something happened. Because Armand, he said, I'm going to unblock you. We good. The slate is clean. I said, okay, I ain't going to drag you no more. The slate is clean. And just somehow I went back to dragging him. You know, the slate is clean. He said, okay. He said, I'm going to unblock you. We good. And he got on the phone. Okay, good. They said and then I said, you need to get on Facebook. You need to get on YouTube. 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 And he said, no, what I'm gonna go on Facebook. And then one day he got on YouTube and he said, okay, girl, we on YouTube now. I said, don't drag me. We fall out. Don't drag me. And Tasha was inserted, and Tasha came on, and I told him, don't deal with Tasha. She ain't no good. That's when the Sarah Marie stuff was going on. And so he dealt with Tasha. So at that point, and then we had a conversation. He said, well, why don't you focus on my show, work with me, and when I make it, I help you. And I did not want to do that. I just wanted to do my own show because I was doing my show longer than his show, right? I was doing YouTube before he was doing YouTube, right? I just never had picked up any traction, right? So I never wanted to do it. And instead of really communicating that with Armand and say, hey, bro, I just want to do my own thing. I just want to do a lot. I don't want to stop it. You know what I'm saying? I want to do my own thing. So I wanted to interview a YouTuber, two YouTubers that Armand at the time did not deal with. And I called them and I said, Armand, how do you use, what was that? What do they call that? It was something that you use for video chat. Skype. I said, how do you Skype the interview for the people? Why don't you ask so and so and so? Don't ask me. Why are you interviewing people that I don't like? I said, I'm not going to trash you. I just want to interview for my platform, to grow my show. I don't deal with stuff like that. Blah, blah, blah. So he hung up. And so he reached like 10,000 subscribers, and he called them I remember he called them the B&B squad. Okay. So I was blocked. That was the first. That's when I was blocked, and I've been blocked ever since then. I couldn't go in the chat. I was blocked. Couldn't comment. I was blocked. And he was working at AT&T at the time. He just reached 10,000 subscribers, and I was blocked. And then I just got into Tasha, and I got into the beef sector, and started talking to other YouTubers on my cell phone. Armand had cameras. I was still on my cell phone. And I was trashing Armand. And one day I was in the beef sector, and I told the people what happened with me and Armand. I was hurt. I was heartbroken, mixed with mania. And I was crying on there. Then Armand started calling me a psycho. You're doing this for money. You're a psycho. You crazy. And different people was dragging him for it, saying that, why would you do Wiley like this? I'm crying, 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 crying. I did like a 5 hour. I was hurt. So I did that, and me and Armand, we were just at odds. And we got back cool. Like our relationship always, we fall out, get back cool. We fall out, we get back cool. That have been just the relationship. I will tell you, majority of it was me falling out with him. I give you that. Even the same thing with Jaguar, I fell out with him. It was the same thing. I cussed him out. But I think the reason why me and Jaguar was able to rebuild that relationship is because he knew me personally in the flesh, and he wasn't a YouTuber, and we were just able to work together. And once we did a show, he called me, he said, well, Keith, I understand you was going through, we good now. And we've been close ever since, up until he died. But when Armand, it was different because we never met each other. We never met in person. Um, I was going to move. He was going to help me to move to California, to his credit. He said, come to move, and I didn't want to move to California. And so Tank had the better deal because he had the plane ticket. I said, whoever get the plane ticket or the bus ticket, that's where I'm going. And so Tank paid the money for the bus ticket to get me there. If Armand would have paid the money for a bus ticket or a plane ticket to California, I would have been in California. Whoever had it first, I would have been there. And so we would still communicate. And then we fell out. And then we made up. And then I told him I didn't like interviewing my family. And I still wasn't over it. Still to this day, I'm not really over it like that. I'm not really angry. I'm kind of over it, but not really angry like I was. You know what I'm saying? But really, really over because it really hurt me. You know what I'm saying? That he did that. And now I got more mature. I was able to think. And then I was like, okay, he didn't know any better. He was young. He was trying to grow his channel. He was just doing an interview. He didn't know all the details of the situation. And so, and I just started roasting gag. It's not never malicious because I still love that man, because I will never forget when I was in the hospital, he responded. So I will still always talk, give him that credit. I just wanted to do my own thing. And I finally was able to talk to my mother. Now, we're going to restream that tomorrow with my mother and I. It was on my cell phone. She called me. I said, Mom, I want you to do a show because some rumors started about me and my grandmother, a vicious, nasty rumor. And so my mother came on the show and she cleared up the allegations about the situation. And I asked her, I said, what happened? Why did you go to Armand Wiggins show? And she will explain it tomorrow, when I stream it later on today. And we talked about that. And then towards the end, I will never forget, she said, I love you and stuff. And I want to read what Tiffany wrote. Let me pin that comment. Tiffany wrote this, and it's so true. Because he said he made light of your family issues, and that wasn't cool. I don't think he realized the depth of it all. He didn't. He did not realize the depth of it all. He didn't. He was young. He did not represent the depth of it all. That's the key. He did not understand what he was getting involved with. He didn't know all the details of a family fallout. There was a family feud, right? That was playing out live on Facebook. Now, I would like to show that on my documentary to explain it, to give it some context, but I don't have any communication with Armand to get that footage because he's sitting on it. I would love to have it. He don't have it on his page. Give it to me. You know what I'm saying? So you all can hear my mom and my sister and hear that, and I can give it some type of context of what was going on. And yeah, so that's just how that happened, man. And and so that's what really happened with Armand. And we will talk, and he will tell me, you know what I'm saying, you're talented and all of that, and you know, it was always something, you know. We would have some type of dialogue. And then when him and Tasha fell out, that's when Tasha called into the Wiley Show. And I knew Tasha never fooled with me. And I never shared this publicly. I'm sharing it today. Because I emailed Tasha K maybe about 6 to 9 months straight for her to come on my show. I emailed her a lot to come on the Wiley Show. She never came on the Wiley Show. Okay. Her and Armand Wiggins fell out. Armand, she interviewed Dr. Sabi, and Armand was having like gunshots, and she started having gunshots, and Armand fell out with Tasha. And he jumped in her chat, and she said, "What's wrong with you? We're not friends. I don't know you like that, blah, blah, blah." So they fell out. And I left work, and I was up early in the morning. I got off work because I worked 10 to 6. So it took me 2 hours to get home because I worked at South Dallas at the time. Got home, opened up my blog talk radio, opened up my cell phone, and I'm live. Tasha called into the Wiley Show. She said, "Hey, Wiley, I see that you emailed me here. And yes, I'm here. How are you, Wiley?" And I'm like, "Hello, Tasha." And it was talking about Armand. And Armand called in. Armand, Tasha said, Armand said, "You doing a press tour? I'm going to do a press tour." And blah, blah. "I don't fool with you, Wiley. I don't fool with you. I don't see eye to eye. But if she going to do a press tour, I'm going to do a press tour." And it was another blogger on the air with me and said, "Armand, why are you coming at Wiley like this? Like, you don't call into Tasha. Now you calling because Tasha, he can interview Tasha if he want to interview Tasha. B, this ain't got nothing to do with you, Wiley. If she don't get off the line, I'm gonna get off." "No, you get off the line. You don't talk to him." I'm like, blah, 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 until they got into it. And so me and Armand Wiggins, we talked on the show. And that's where, we talked. And then his boyfriend called in before him, and he talked as well for the first and only time his boyfriend called in. And so, yeah, they had that whole dialogue that was going on, and that's when it came up. And then Armand, he came out publicly, said she don't even like Wiley. She said Wiley's show is trash and blah, 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 blah. And so all of that. And so we had a few going on years, you know what I'm saying? We go all the way back to Chicago, all the way to Dallas. And so it's like, was I jealous of Armand? Because that's one of the questions that you all say all the time. Wiley jealous, Wiley jealous, Wiley jealous, Wiley jealous. Okay, y'all say that all the time in the comments, that Wiley jealous. So I went on a show in Dallas. My good friend James Cooper from Ear Hustler Podcast. He had a podcast at the time in Dallas, award-winning podcast, actually, by the way. Went to his home, did an interview. He said, "Wiley, I talked to Armand about you. He said you're a good guy. He said he just can't deal with you. You're a nice guy. He just can't deal with you. What's going on with you and Armand? Like, tell us what's going on." So for the first time in history, I explained to him what some history that I never shared publicly, and I shared it. So I was talking to James, and I said, I was jealous of Armand. He said, "Well, why was you jealous?" "I was jealous of Armand because I started my show in 2011. And he surpassed me. And I was so jealous of him. At the time, I was jealous. And then once I've noticed that I was talented, and I understood, I started believing in myself, that I had a gift, I was no longer jealous of him. All right? I was no longer jealous of him. Once I found out my own talent, and I started building my brand, and I didn't want to work with Armand. I wanted to have my own brand because I started this before he started his brand. And so James, we ended the interview. Armand goes to his friend that he fell out with, went to his friend's house. He said, "I got an exclusive to put out about Wiley, blah, blah, blah." So I knew exactly what he was talking about, the jealousy part. I knew he was going to play the Ear Hustler podcast on his friend's show. So Armand went on to his friend, the one that he dumped, went on the show, and he played that when I said that I was jealous of him. But what he did not play the full version, that I'm no longer jealous of him, but I was jealous, all right? So he did that, and he thought that the public was going to turn against me. They never did. I continue to talk about Armand Wiggins. Continue to talk about his friend. So then that's when his friend said, I did something to my grandmother, I committed a crime. And he started a Surviving Wiley, 55 episodes he started against me. His friend did. Armand gave him all this material. And he started going on his show, the one that he dumped. Yeah, he dumped him. But before he dumped, he'd be on his show talking about me, crimes that I did. The man said I am a P word. I'm on a list. I committed a crime. He was telling people to email. He had a whole email, survivingwiley@gmail.com, to please send him stories about Wiley, any stories you have. And so it was two people that sent him a story. One person, a blogger that came from New York to Dallas, and they put words in his mouth and misconstrued what he said. And they had the other guy we recently just had sex with that I catfished. And we recently had sex, but this is years ago. When I catfished, he went on his show as well. So those are two cases. And then this one I knew that him and his friend wasn't that cool, because he brought his friend on his radio show that he had, because Armand used to have a radio show before Blog Talk. Before Station Head. It was on another site. And so he brought his friend up there to talk about Surviving Wiley. So the views start to drop. And he said, see there, they don't care nothing about you, Wiley. The views is dropping. They don't give a F about you. The views dropping. So to his friend, right? Demeaning his friend series. Like, you shouldn't tell your friend that. You should be uplifting your friend. But that's when I knew that he didn't care nothing about his friend. He think his friend ain't talented, right? But he was using his friend to destroy me. So the friend did the entire series up to 50 videos. It didn't go anywhere. Didn't lose anything. Didn't lose any support. He did everything possible to turn the public against me. They never turned against him. We never ever responded to him, like put his name in the title. And we only allowed him on our show when he did Chase at LA. He did Chase at LA, and we brought him on the show. And he called. He said, Wiley, Armand gave him my number. And he called me. He said, I want to do your show, but I don't want to talk about Armand. I said, sure. I cover the Real Reality Series shows. You're more than welcome to come on. And we were talking. He showed up with his fan. He didn't apologize. People dragged me for bringing him on the platform. I don't regret bringing him on, because he was on a popular show, a franchise that I'm cool with, so I'm bringing him on. So brought him on the show, and Armand, again, we went back, to dragging Armand, and we kept dragging Armand, and using him for content to build our platform. I don't drag him as much like I used to, because there's so many other topics to talk about. But when I talk about him, I talk about him. And then Armand, he started responding to Wiley. And what made me pick up Armand again, because he would go on Station Head, and we got some witnesses in here that's dealing with bloggers to dragging him on Station Head. He went on Station Head, and he started responding to Wiley. All his rants. Wiley responded, calling me crazy, said I just saw my grandmother, talking about my mom. He just started going on the rants on Station Head. So it was a blogger by the name of Coffee City. Coffee City came into the market, and she decided to post shows of Station Head material on YouTube. Nobody ever did that. Nobody ever picked up Station Head shows and brought it to YouTube. So the general public thought that Wiley was just talking by himself and Armand never responded. That was a lie, because Coffee City brought what Armand was saying on Station Head, and she brought it to her YouTube channel. Like, she brought whatever he was saying on Station Head, she brought it to YouTube. Like, everything. She would bring it to YouTube. So Armand, and this what made her stop. So Armand was live, and Coffee City would always say, y'all leave, Wiley is so funny, and Armand got offended. because he felt like I got all this good equipment. Why do you keep on saying Wiley? You keep giving him a chance and blah, blah, blah. You know he this, you know he that. I said, no, Wiley is he's entertaining. And so she started having Wiley back, saying he entertained or whatever. She did not drag. And Armand went live and other people went live. They said, I'm going to take your flag it because you're playing my material. And they scared Coffee City to stop covering them with that. So I called Coffee City. I was at work. I was in the break room. I said, the reason why they're doing this because you are taking up for Wiley. To them, I'm a nobody. I should not be mentioned with them. They have the cameras, they have more subscribers. So why are you mentioning me with these people? And they're upset that you're mentioning me. They're upset that you're saying that I'm talented. They're upset that they're just upset because it is a such thing called the popular kids. And I'm not one of the popular kids. I'm one of the slow kids. And so they're the popular ones, and they don't like that you are taking a side of the slow one. So they're trying to silence you. And so one day, Coffee City just stopped covering YouTube stuff. And she got into celebrity gossip. I never turned against Coffee. Even when Coffee City said something against me, I never dragged her because it was her job to report. Never had issue with Coffee. I love when Coffee City said what she said. She was very entertaining. Still entertaining to this day. I love that when she came into the market playing the station. And I thanked her because, and I'm going to thank her publicly because Coffee City was one of the ones that brought the station here material to YouTube. So it validated, I never told her this, Coffee. I never told Coffee City this. It validated me that I'm not talking to myself, that this is a mutual beef. It's mutual. He's responding to me. I'm responding to him. So I want to thank her for bringing that to the forefront because she brought his rants that he was ranting on station here and she brought it to YouTube because the majority of the audience, they don't know that Armand is saying these things on stage because the majority of the people don't follow on station because when he goes on station, he's averaging 100 to 200 listeners. He have 100,000 followers, so that's in the minority. Only his core, hardcore supporters support him over there on station. And it's about 200, and that's on a good day. Some days he averaging 150, right? He never get like 5,000, 10,000 people in a station show. Only about 200 people. So the majority of his fans don't know that he say this thing on station here. So that's how it goes. They say he never mentioned me on YouTube. I never said he mentioned me on YouTube. Subliminally he does sometimes, but he mentioned me on station here. And then one day Armand went live, and somehow he opened up his search bar, and the first name you see in his search bar is The Wiley Show. And he didn't want to show you. He tried to act like it was right up in his first name in the search bar. My name was in the search bar. The person he said that is psycho. The person he said that will never be nothing. The person said that got yellow teeth. His platform is trash. But you're watching that trash, yellow teeth, bipolar, cock-eye, loose, cricket leg show. That was the first show he put. Before Tasha, my name was the first one. So in my clothes, I do my content. I think Armand liked me talking about him because it brings him clout. It do. And he'd throw little bones for me to talk about him or whatever. And sometimes I talk about him. Like, I don't watch him anymore. Sometimes I listen to a station here. I don't watch him anymore. I'm kind of outgrowing him because I've done enough. I said everything about him. If something new happened, if it's some fresh new material, I talk about it. But I used to watch him a lot. He used to be one of my favorite YouTubers. But I find myself not watching him as much. Like I'm outgrowing him, if that makes sense. I don't watch him as much. So now when he mentioned me on station here, it'd be days and almost weeks later, I find out that he said it. Because one person reached out and said, Wiley, he said something about you having a cleaner at your apartment. I said, well, I didn't know. Because I don't go on this because I'm so busy doing my own show because I'm doing it full time. So I'm just so embedded in doing my own show. So I didn't even know he said that until it took me about almost a week later to find out he said it. And then we respond to it. So that's just how that goes. And so when I watch him, I don't even laugh like I used to. Like I, I do what I have to do. And this is not to toot my own horn. I'm more funnier than him. My commentary, I'm just more funnier than him, in my opinion. More entertaining than him. Um, and I don't watch his content. It just don't hit the same. It's not. It's just not my interest. How he delivered content. Like he used to be so entertaining, but I think like once he reached a certain pinnacle in in this business, he started to associate it with these celebrities, and his content kind of changed. He's not in the roast and a gag like he used to, because he started associating with these people, and his content started to become like a stand page, and it wasn't like that enjoyable Armand Wiggins type of show that earlier fans like myself fell in love with. It's like you've been, bought and paid for, and so I'm not enjoying his product like I used to. I enjoyed the Jason because it brought me back that old school Facebook Armand Wiggins, right? And that was one of his highest rated videos uh, lately, and because it was so entertaining, it was so original Armand, like that was lit. But this new stuff, I'm not into, like not into it. But I appreciate, and he need to thank me because I brought a lot of fans to his page. Thank me, bruh. Brought a lot of fans. I had a meeting with my subscribers. We a meet and greet, and they kept saying, I watch Armand because Armand talk about, because Wiley talk about him. So I have power in my words. I have power in my voice. That's why I don't talk about many YouTubers like I used to, because I'd be putting them on and it'd be surpassed to be a viewership, right? So I don't talk about as much. Armand, he's different because we have more of an in-depth way. Now, other YouTubers, they try to bait me in a beef, but it don't hit the same. Like Sherelle, she can't debate me because she don't want to send traction to my page. So her and Mr. Perry act like I don't exist because I'm not, these white YouTubers, I'm not afraid of them, right? So they don't mention me. So that's just how I go. Most YouTubers, they don't even mention my name because they are on a strong contender and they just won't mention, right? They're going to beef with anybody else, but they won't get in a beef publicly with Wiley because I am a strong contender, because they know if we give Wiley clout, people will follow Wiley and they will continue to stay with Wiley and love him. So we won't give him that satisfaction, all right? But things are changing, that Wiley is becoming bigger and Wiley tackling stories that they're itching to talk about Wiley, because I'm touching on different stories like the Jason Lees and the different people and all of that. So they're itching. Even Armand, it took years. He called me about the whole Jason Lee piece. Like he called me after, and then he blocked me again. He called me and told me not to cover Jason because he knew you powerful. I don't want you to put Jason Lee on. And he saw that I did a video and it got like 20, 30,000 views. And then he started covering Jason Lee and Cardi B, right? They ain't gonna tell you that. But he told me not to cover Jason, right? And see, that's why Jason is having an ear. While he be careful, be careful. Okay, thank you. That's why Jason is having an ear to Wiley. That's why Jason is posting laughing emojis. Because Jason, out of all of this, he's a fan of the Wiley Show. I'm funny to him. I'm entertaining. My personality is entertaining, right? So that's why Jason is posting laughing emoji. In a couple of weeks or whatever, days or whatever, we will interview Jason Lee. And that Jason Lee interview will take the Wiley Show to the next level. Wiley, why you say that? Because it's on the Wiley Show, because what's in my mind, the questions I'm going to ask Brother Jason that nobody ever asks him, not in the Breakfast Club, not on any other platform. They never ask Jason Lee these questions. So that interview is going to touch different. And he already posted laughing emojis, meaning that is a signal, I F with you, you funny. And he's watching. And whenever it comes the right timing, you're going to see Jason Lee comes on the Wiley Show. He's going to come on, and we're going to have a vibe, whether it's in person or whether it's virtually. He will be on the Wiley Show. The creator and owner of Hollywood Unlocked will be on the Wiley Show. All right? So it definitely will happen. So thank you all so very much. God bless you. I don't know if y'all want me to open up the phone lines. It's late. We've been on here for 4 hours and 34 minutes because Wiley, we are in a position. I'm going to say this. Thank you, just so most of these YouTube, our fans, celebrities, and journalists, I hear you. Wiley is in a perfect place. We are in, it's like I'm on my way. And I talked to this person. It's only going to take one person. It's going to be a celebrity, somebody with clout. I don't know the name. I don't know when. We're going to be live, like we're live now. I'm going to drop the link, and they're going to hit the link, and it's going to shock the world that I'm talking to this person. That's what happened. They're going to be me emailing them. It's going to be me live. They're going to hit the link. They're going to, and not just the Shade Room, Ball Alert, and the Black Balls, but it's going to be MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, People Magazine, etc. It's going to be them that's going to reach out to the Wiley Show. Okay? You know, it's going to be them. It's going to be in the New York Times, and it's going to be, I'm manifesting. It's going to be Mr. Wiley. What are your statement on that? And they're going to be interviewed. I'm going to have press. I'm not just talking about Ball Alert in the Shade Room. Yes, them too. But it's going to be white publications, including with the black publications. Black publications, right? Roland Martin on the filter. It's going to be international. It's going to be big. And that's going to take the Wiley Show to that next level. In the decade that I'm in trying, everything, you're going to see the subscribers go to 300, 400,000, 500,000. The views going to be up. I'm going to have a whole new fan base, including my core hard fans. And that's going to happen. They're going to be so shocked that this interview is going to happen. And so that's my desire. I've been saying it forever. I said it to a woman today on the phone. I said, that's what's going to happen for the Wiley Show. I said, I'm just being patient. Only thing God wants me to do is keep going live, keep delivering content, because it only takes one person to hit that link. Boop. Come on the platform. And they're going to be big. It's going to shock people. What? They were on the Wiley Show? It's going to shock people. And the Shade Room, they're going to have to post about it. Ball Alert, going to have to post about it. Neighborhood Talk, going to have to post about it. The Jasmine brand, going to have to post. Hollywood Unlocked, going to have to post it. Everybody. These same blogs that we've been emailing and begging to get on, I post TikTok, never post it. I post it if a man come in the room, stand. I post. I interviewed the guy that Rolling Ray, never posted. I interviewed the youngest mayor in the country. The first interview we did on YouTube, never posted. But this particular interview, all of them going to post it, and it's going to change my life. These same platforms that we beg, even Kyle, we cool with Kyle, but Kyle don't post us. He posts us one time with everybody else, and the reason why he did that because we said you need to post YouTubers on your platform. He did that one time. You don't post that. He posts everybody else TikTok, never the Wiley Show TikTok, and then he act like we don't exist, and then we post something on in the headlines for Storm and something like that, and then he called me and then he want to block me, and then he got criticized because people was my fans were letting him have it, and then he unblocked me, and we good now. But even he's going to post about it. Absolutely. So that's going to happen. And so all my core fans going to remember the history for being here. My core fans that's been here, my day ones. But it will be new fans that's going to come. We're going to be at a whole new level and everything like that. So that's definitely what's going to happen for our platform. Now, I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know. I'm not going to act like, but it's going to happen soon. All right. Whenever that soon would be. All right. Because God soon is not your definition of soon. Right. But it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. It is going to change my life forever. And I appreciate that when it happened. Okay. Eve Jezo going to talk about it. Everybody's going to talk about it. And people are going to remember. And people going to unblock me. It's going to be an unblocked fit. Everybody going to want to be associated with Wiley. Everybody that you never seen in my chat gonna be all in my chat, acting like they liked it while, but they didn't drag me and block me. But they're gonna be all in the chat because it's gonna be some powerful people talking to me. They're gonna be all in the chat. People that you've never seen in my chat, that you never thought would come in my chat, gonna be in the chat. All the people that semi-block me, think I'm trash, they're gonna be all in the chat. Platforms with check marks, you're going to see them all in the chat. You definitely have the it factor. You had me for 3 hours. 3 hours. Most people can't do it. You can't get 4 hours, Scott. Yeah. I'm on my bag back, so that's going to happen. All right, y'all. Hey, y'all know why I'm dancing. I don't know why I'm dancing, but I'm about to go. I have things to do. This has been amazing. Make sure y'all subscribe to the show. This was a good episode. I could talk forever. I could talk tomorrow, but I'm going to stop because I got things to do. I got things to do. We got about 15 more minutes, like 10 or 15 more minutes. We can open up the phone lines because if people want to call in, you all can call in. We're going to be a 10 minutes. Give me a second. And if you want to call in, we will allow you all to call in. So give me a second here. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. And we're going to be on for 10 more minutes. And moderators, if y'all have to go to sleep, that is fine. Y'all can sleep because I know y'all got work in the morning. All right. So let me drop this in here. Okay. I don't know. I just want to make sure if anybody want to call in. Okay. And I'm going to drop the link in here as well. Thank you, Lee. Thank you for that. I love that comment. Okay. There you go. Do I have Amazon? Yeah, I have Amazon. I got to see what it is. Yeah. My member said, I agree, Lee. I've been in the clouds this whole live. Love Wiley even more after tonight. Manifested, boy. It's gonna happen. And I'm gonna be on the news. And all of the years that I went through, the tears, I'm going to be able to share my story on a national, international platform. You know what I'm saying? I'll be able to share it. So we got the phone lines open up. Anybody want to call in? That is the number. I dropped the link in it as well. Sorry, you guys, we had technical difficulties. Spectrum had an outage in my area and it's back. So I do want to apologize for it. It wasn't me. It was Spectrum. They had an outage. Yeah, Spectrum had an outage. That's what happened. It wasn't me. It was Spectrum. They had it. They had an outage. So that's what happened. So if anybody want to know what happened, that's what happened. They had a little outage, but it's good. I'm actually going to go back to T-Mobile because I have like Spectrum Mobile, and so Spectrum not really that dependable like that. It's cheaper than T-Mobile, but you get what you, as they say. You remember the saying they say, you get what you pay for. Okay, you get what you pay for. All right. So, oh yeah, Roland Martin would be interviewed. Absolutely, everybody, everybody. All right, even Roland. All right, y'all. No phone call. I know it's late. Let's make a couple of announcements here before we get up out of here because I always want to make sure that we get the callers to call in, but we average at 628 people in the chat. Make sure you guys, 628 y'all is here. We was nominated for best for YouTuber of the year. If you have not voted for us, please do vote for us. If you are in the bushes, vote for us. We are live. If you have not voted for us, if you need the link, I will give you the link. If you want to vote for us, you know what I'm saying? If you need the link, I will vote for you. Okay. You can vote for me. I'm sorry. Okay. We haven't had a long video in a while. I stayed the whole time. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I want to make sure that y'all vote for me. If you voted for me, press 1. If you voted for me, press 1. Let me know if you voted for me. Press 1. I'm gonna drop the link in here. Please let your family vote as well. Get their phones and vote for it. All right. All right. We were nominated for an award. I'm gonna just quit. We've been on here for 2 hours. So I'm gonna just quit. All right. So give me a second. We're gonna open up the I'm gonna drop the link in here. I need you all to please vote if you have not voted. Thank you. So love you so very much. Love my members, love my Patreon, love everybody in here, even those that are watching me in the bushes. I'm gonna drop the link in here. And if you can't vote for me in the US, just thank you, sis, because that'll let me know where you at. Thank you, sis. Just thank you, sis. Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me do something. Okay, thank you, sis, for thinking about voting, that tried to vote but couldn't vote. Okay. I hope you do a live with your grandmother on her birthday. Yes. So thank you so very much. Love you so very much. Love you. Love y'all. Jada! See you, girl. Thank you, thank you, members. Soldier say you should make a question at the beginning of the live via the percentage of the poll. Okay, I'll do that. Later. Storming where I am. Okay. I'm praying for you. All right. Thank you all so very much. Station Head, we will do an after show on Station Head. So it'll be in a few minutes. So be on the lookout. We do go live over there on Station Head. So make sure y'all go live over there. Thank you to my good friend out here, Jezzo. Yeah, brother, we go way back when I was in Chicago. We go way back. That is a legend. Y'all looking at a legend out here in these blogging streets. That is a legend, an icon. All right. Jezzo, we go way back. He known me when I was in Chicago. I remember when he was in New York interviewing celebrities. So Jezzo, brother, thank you for coming through, showing love. Brother, we go way back. I love that. When you coming through, showing love. The love is mutual. Thank you and for your support. And I love you. Love that. All right. I'll be like, thank you. All right, this is fun. Now, please subscribe. You guys, please subscribe, okay? Subscribe. We'll be in Vegas on the first weekend in October. We'll be in Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. We'll be in Vegas in October, the first week in October. We will be in Vegas. We'll be in Vegas. Let me see where the flyer at. Okay. October 6th to the 9th, 2023. If you want to attend, please RSVP Wiley Show Productions at gmail.com. Wiley Show Productions at gmail.com. Also, Chasing Dallas Premiere Party. We got 2 tickets. If you want to attend the Jason, I'm sorry, if you Jason Lee, if you want to attend the Chasing Dallas premiere party, they're doing a taping. It's going to be lit. It's going to be fun. I can't go because I'll be celebrating my grandmother's 88th birthday, but I do have 2 tickets. Okay, 2 tickets. All right. 1 ticket is spoken for. 2 tickets. Right. If you want to attend, go. You're going to meet the entire cast of Chasing Dallas. That is Sunday, February the 19th at 7 p.m. if you are a fan of that franchise. All right. So thank you. And I can't wait to see y'all there. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. I won't be there, but y'all will be there if y'all go. So it'll be great. All right. I got 2 tickets. Like if you want it, just email me and I email you the ticket. Okay. I got a ticket already from one of my producers. She want to go. I can't wait. Sis, I love her. Like I love her. All right. Love you. All right. Y'all have a good evening. Also, if you want to cash app me, we will be traveling. So if you want us to do some interviews and travel the city, cash app us so we can rent a car to travel around the city and do some interviews. That is the cash app Marquise Wiley 28. Cash app Marquise Wiley 28. If you want to contribute to us while we in the city of Chicago, so we can move around the city and do some interviews, please. The cash app is $ Marquise Wiley 28. We also have a PayPal as well. If you want to contribute to the show, you're more than welcome to contribute to the show. And if you have any issues, you can always text me on the show number. Y'all know the 972 number. If you have any questions, you can always text me on that number, 972-674-9462. We do prayer calls as well. We also got members only material. Okay. We also will be doing members only as well. Okay. I will be in New York, just DM me, on Facebook. Now you need to come to New York City so we can turn up and hit these New York shit. I'm coming to New York, okay? I'm coming to New York. You voted for me? Oh, wow. Okay, you voted for me. Thank you so very much, Cola E. the Great. Thank you. Little black boy, you beautiful. Little black girl, you are enough. When times get always remember to please put God first. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm done. I am your host, Wiley, and I love y'all for real. I will see y'all, ladies and gentlemen, in the next episode. Peace and blessings to you all.